would like to open the meeting and acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I'd like to welcome you all to the Environment and Community Committee meeting. That's for the month of December. As I said, there's quite an agenda that we have ahead of us. Almost like the 12 days before Christmas, or 12 items of Christmas, no, 13, sorry. So we've got 13 items that are on the agenda here. I'd like to welcome the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillors, CEO Brian, General Manager Nick Howes, and also I'll introduce them as they come forward. We've pretty much got what would appear almost the entire environment community team down the back. So as I said, with a packed schedule that is ahead of us. So, and also I'd like to acknowledge the portfolio lead of Environment Community, Councillor Tim McMahon. Item 3 on our agenda today, which is, we don't have any apologies or anything, do we? I take it? No. So we can move to, so item 3, councillors, on the agenda here is the review of the community grants policy and associated program guidelines. So I might hand over to General Manager Nick to introduce.
Thank you, Councillor James. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, the review of the community grants policy and associated program guidelines is provided for your consideration. It includes 2 new grant programs, being the Floral Parade Entrant and Youth Grant programs. The grants policy and the guidelines have been developed following feedback from yourselves and other stakeholders, culminating of refinement of the policy and the guidelines over recent years, and first adopted by Council in 2011. A couple of notable highlights that I'd bring to your attention that you may wish to have further discussion about or ask some questions around is extending eligibility of the grant programs to P&C and PNFs where the project doesn't form part of the core business of the school or educational institution that PNF or P&C represents, and so that was part of our consultation in recent times. Also of note for you is the Floral Parade grant guidelines provide approval to be delegated to the CEO around those grant programs following recommendations of an assessment panel. So rather than bringing those to council like the other programs for approval, they would be approved by the CEO following recommendations of the assessment panel. Those grants are up to $1,000 and they're out of sequence with other grant programs. The program has run for a number of years successfully, but we're formalising that in terms of a policy, and the youth grant program is proposed currently to operate only 1 round per year in the October round, and I'm anticipating some conversation and question around that. Councillors, there are a few officers here in the room, particularly for this item, in the case that you've got specific questions around the guidelines, and Mr Bates is the author of the report and across most of the detail. But with that, I'm happy to throw the floor through you, Chair, to wherever you want it to go.
Thanks, Nick. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Summerfield?
I've got a few, if that's okay. So in relation to the Floral Parade one, Nick, thank you for that update. I did wonder about that, about the process in doing that, given that it provides good transparency in doing the process that we have with all the other community grants, all the other grants that are out there, irrelevant of how much it is. Sometimes we only approve $250 in our grant processing. And this is as much about protecting the staff as it is about transparency. So we, as councillors who sit on those panels, have to do due diligence, ensuring that we have no conflicts of interest, that we follow all the ticks, and I'm just a little bit concerned that I really don't understand why we would change the process for one of our grants when we could be doing them all exactly the same. And really, quite frankly, I'd like to see consistency in even the documentation of all of our grant policies.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. As I mentioned earlier, the program has been running for quite a number of years, and it's been identified that it didn't have an overarching policy to govern that. and that authority's been, approval authority has been issued by officers in that time, and with the exception of overlooking having a policy governing it, there's been no issues associated with that. The thinking behind delegating that approval to the CEO is simply around administrative ease and timing for applicants and conduct of the grants programs. We would need to open those programs quite early and have a firm closing deadline to allow the time that we need to prepare the reports to come to council. But again, it's in council's hands. I'm quite comfortable that the transparency and the checks and balances exist. Assessment panels are required to declare any conflicts at the time, and those reviews are conducted either by the CEO or his delegate if he chooses to further delegate that approval. But again, I'm in the hands of council there. If you wish to retain the approving authority at council level, that's your call. I'm comfortable with having it delegated to officers if you are.
Do you have a follow-up to that, Councillor Summerfield?
Oh, I do have a couple actually, if that's okay.
Yep.
Are we going to go through and deal with them one by one, or just pluck things out? What's going to be the process there, Chair?
Oh, I'm happy. Just if anyone has any questions about different parts of it, we can just go through it that way. So if you've got a few, I'm comfortable for you to proceed. All
right, thank you. So I noticed some of them have added that they must have an ABN, and I didn't see whether they all had that requirement in there. And I did wonder whether, and I don't know whether community organisations have ABNs or whether this is a process, another step they'd have to take in the bureaucratic jungle they walk through.
Morning, councillors. The process around the ABN is that some of the community organisations have to all be auspiced by ones who do. So it doesn't stop groups who aren't from applying, but they just need the auspices of someone that has an ABN and auspice their application for them.
Okay, so that's been a requirement all along. It's not a new requirement?
No, not a new requirement.
I see.
Yep.
So another question I had, which is across pretty well all the policies, was around removing online submissions. I thought we were moving forward and making it easier for people by making them online applications, and now we're removing it all, I note.
We are, in terms of it at the current time. We're actually working through, we started through a process of e-pathway. We were working through with a couple, not all of them, that were online. We were testing that. We've since stopped that and gone to, well, it's gone through a couple of processes whereby we're looking at what best grant solution, and we've done a bit of a look around South East Queensland, and we hope within the next 12 months for all to be online, similar to what the state government use. Not sure if it's going to be Smarty grants yet, but it's one of the ones we're currently looking at. But it would just be, there was some issues around the online application processes for those, and it didn't quite suit our needs, and it wasn't a grants application package, it was one we tried to make fit to be online. So it's off for now until we get it refined better and have a better process for onlines for across all our grants and sponsorship.
So they'd still be able to download the form online and print it off and do that at least?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, with the smart forms, with the local CDOs helping out with those community groups, we still go out and do our pre-grant workshops, we'll do all those kind of things. And some of them individually go to those offices. Sports tourism, they'll go straight to Andrew Allpass. If it's events, they're encouraged to go to the event staff first, in the first instance, just to refine down their grant program a bit more to make sure it fits those areas. But yeah, it's not an ongoing one for hard copy. We hope to get to a point very soon that they'll all be online.
Terrific, thank you. I'm happy for someone else to have a go now.
Sure. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Just I'll touch on a couple of things and then a couple of questions as well. Firstly, I think we had a good session in regard to Nick, you mentioned around P&Cs, schools, and the clause that's in each of the grant programs, that being the application is for a project that does not form part of core business of public and private education institutions, open brackets, primary, secondary and tertiary, including parents and citizens and parents and friends association, close brackets, and demonstrates broader community benefit. I think that covers exactly what we're talking about in regard to the broader community benefit And this is a change, but we've had many applications over the years that were close to fitting that. Now, I guess what we're saying to the schools is that providing there's a broader community benefit, it can be assessed and can be eligible. That's as I read it. That's right. Okay, so I'm comfortable with that clause that's gone in each. In regard to the floral parade, there's a couple of things there. I don't disagree with Councillor Summerfield. However, this particular grant program, which is recorded in the annual report, in fact it is documented, is so specific. It's so specific by its nature, and I wonder in the terms of reference for in the policy for it, whether that should actually demonstrate the narrow scope of this, and therefore I'm comfortable with the process that's been in place, and now it's actually recognised. So if you go to the actual policy itself, on page 180 of 697, talks about eligibility of the project, with 6.3. And eligible projects, and this is what I say, it's very narrow in its nature, and who can apply. Purchase of decorations and materials to meet entrant floral parade criteria. That's fairly specific. And therefore, my question is around the list of things that are ineligible projects, and to make it a lot clearer for officers and the CEO, my thinking would be just simply that says anything other than the purchase of decorations and materials to meet entrant floral parade criteria, because all it's doing is adding a whole lot of grey area where it doesn't need it. It is so specific by its nature, this policy, so therefore that's why I agree in part that we should have consistency. This, however, is so specific by its nature that I can't see any advantage in delaying a process for that's a comment, and perhaps that's something we could take on board as changing those ineligible projects, and maybe it's done between here and next week. It doesn't really worry me. The query I have in regard to it is around timelines, which is number 4, and obviously consultation's been had with Kate Scott and the tourism branch in regard to this, but my concern is that some grant processes in here, we've got lengthy times and others shorter times. To advertise on the 1st of April, close 1st of June, which effectively is 2 months, and yet we notify the applicants in July when the carnival is in September. And if I'm contemplating whether I'll be in a parade or not, and I'm reliant on $1,000, and community groups this will be the difference of whether they do it or don't, I'd like to know well before July whether I'll be in that or not, because volunteer efforts, getting people together, actually registering to be part of the parade itself, that all takes time. So my thoughts, and I'm happy to hear from Kate in regard to this, but my thoughts would be that you bring the closing date forward a month and bring the notification a month. It's only a month, but it could make all the difference if I'm a community group. So I'm happy to hear the reasons why.
Yes, sorry, Councillor McDonough, we might ask
Most don't.
morning to Kate Scott, so Kate can field that one.
Most groups.
The majority of the process we actually do is we get all the applications in by the 1st of January, so we can actually do the potted colour ordering through the nursery. So that's our sort of main key deadline. We actually open up applications from February through to that April period, so we know everyone that's interested. We can refine if they're eligible or not, and then that once, that actual timeline that we've got to the 1st of July aligns with the financial year. So we're actually paying out the information in the same year that the parade is happening. We haven't had too many complaints, to be honest, before this, and everyone's quite comfortable with that process so far.
Okay, well that the financial year makes sense to me. So, well, happy with that. That's not a problem. When we go then to the delegation to the CEO, and if people are comfortable with that remaining, I wouldn't mind that being reflected in the actual policy as well, because that is a change to what others are. So that's probably in the area where it talks about assessment process and criteria. Just a paragraph in there around the comments that were made earlier, that delegation is given to the CEO, because it is different to others, and it may be assumed that it would be the same. If you could take that on board, once again, it can be done for next week, doesn't have to be done for today. And if I can move to the youth one, a new one, if you don't mind. So the youth one on page 189 of the total, 189, talking about timelines. I'm very conscious of, and I align with Councillor Summerfield here around consistency for timelines with this program. Very interested to hear from perhaps Mr. Bates in regard to the timelines, but with the National Youth Week early in the year, we've missed the opening and closing deadlines for this year. Therefore, there is no opportunity, as far as I see from the timelines, in regard to doing that. And I would think Youth Week, given our unemployment levels at the moment for youth, if there was ever a time to pump some money or opportunity into providing some level of upskilling or education, employment opportunities, I think now's it. So I'd be inclined, if we could meet that National Youth Week, to actually have around this financial year and then align the 2 grant processes to all the others. So have 2 rounds per calendar year to align with the other grant programs.
The youth one was an error on my side in terms of the October. Traditionally, it would have been an October round, and it's not in line with the normal 2 rounds, but that was to make sure for the first round only, it aligned to letting applicants know for Youth Week. So from my perspective, a good solution would be opening in December, closing mid-January, given this one we're suggesting will go to council as well for a February approval for April Youth Week as a one-off for that, but then to flow into the normal grant rounds that are there, and more than comfortable to see that happen from an operational perspective.
So if we can just make an amendment, if people are comfortable with that, for next week, so it would be the dates that you've mentioned, Darryl, but revert to the normal.
And Jeff, what we were trying to do is similar to the Grants Programs Council will be aware of. We only have a month turnaround from closing date to when it actually gets to council to be ratified. Like some areas, external can take months, so we're really keen from when they apply to when it closes, within a month, we're getting back to those community groups to say they're successful, unsuccessful within that. So I'll work backwards the same one for a date for the ordinary meeting next week for those key dates, so we can hit those targets.
Yeah. So, over that. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can we go back to page 5 of 7 of the report? I actually want to ask some clarity on the point that Councillor McDonald raised through you to the officers. It talks about 6.1, the application for a project does not form part of core business of public and private educational institutions. Can you unpack it for me, Nick, Darryl, whoever? Because in the paragraph below that, or the 3 dot points, I'm just wanting some clarity around how you would actually separate a project from core business when it states in those 3 points a new range of funding programs, increasing competitive funding, multi-level projects. I think I fairly well understand competitive round of funding, having worked in areas outside of council. Increased opportunity access to facilities. The reason why I'm asking if you can explain this a bit more, I'm struggling to see how we can separate that sufficiently. As I understand, projects are intrinsically linked through multi-level funding streams and funding sources, and the principal use for a school to embark on a project is primarily their core business for educational purposes. So I'm just wanting a bit of clarity on that.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Through you, Chair, I'd like to have a go at that one first, and then you can help me out, Mr. Bates, if I need some help. in its simplest terms, I guess, we wouldn't fund core business. If a P&C wants to come and apply for a grant to purchase book resources or desks or something like that for the classroom, that would be the core business of the education institution, and it would be ineligible under this program. At the other extreme, making multi-use of facilities, a school might like to upgrade its sporting facilities in order to better cater for a cricket club or something like that. So they might be able to obtain funding through state government grant for the construction of some amenities and put some money towards it themselves, and council assist with that on the basis and the understanding that it's available for community use and club sport outside of the school hours. So they're a couple of examples. There will be, and they're pretty clear cut and pretty obvious. I'm sure there'll be shades of grey in the middle, and that's why we have such skilled assessment panels with the likes of yourself on those panels, Councillor Carl, and they come back to council ultimately for approval. I think the intent is to look for those opportunities where partnerships can be created between schools and other educational institutions that are getting increased utilisation of the school facilities for the better and broader benefit of the community.
i.e. Kumbunji School.
Cool. If that being the case, do we have an MOU with the educational organisation, be it private or public, that there is an understanding, and in part of our acquittals process, that there is an agreement that Cricket Club ABC will have access to for broader community benefit?
So,
is there an MOU?
well, depending on the nature of the event in that instance, in that example that I gave, yes, that would be the case, that there would be that would be part of the funding requirements, that it's available for that cricket club use in that example. There might be other projects, and I recall one that we funded a number of years ago under the environmental grant program, which is about planting some habitat for butterflies or something like that. Probably not necessary in that arrangement, that, you know, that meets the environmental objectives of that grant. But at the other end, the example that I gave, yes, part of the funding agreement would be the development of an agreement that ensures that the facility is available.
Yeah. And probably to elaborate a little bit, it was an interesting discussion around P&Cs at an officer level too, those who sit on the funding panels, and some examples that as a group we've been looked at previously had been the breakfast club programs, councillor. So Lions Club wants to come on board and say do a breakfast club program within the school grounds. Traditionally, P&Cs couldn't have applied, but within a partnership model, the Lions Club might be able to do something within those school grounds. Events, we've had some approaches in the past or some project pitches around a church group opening up one of a hall at the school on a Thursday night to run a bit of a youth club. That's there for those local activities. So they were the kind of programs we were looking at. Would it be fates? No. You know, would it be some of the core stuff that's there? And we've had approaches in the past within donations of books to schools and be really careful about, is that core element of a school or not? So I think we're going to have some interesting opportunities for educational institutions to come back, but more the partnership models about and maybe specifically under community support, but I think there will be some event grants within that as well. So really opening up that school ground for those multi-partnership kind of programs. They were the kind of things we were toying with.
Yeah, supplementary chair, just on that, and then looking a little bit further down the track, and we may already be even doing this, is there an opportunity to encourage the educational fraternity, both public and private, to establish an entity whereby they can attract funding for these sorts of things outside of core business, and then that is a brilliant mechanism for council to be able to chime in, and particularly streamlining MOUs and that. And I raise it because in the past, a long time ago, it was an organisation called HDSRA in the old Crow's Nest Shire, and it was a brilliant funding mechanism for both community and council to be able to collaborate and pool together funding resources to get better outcomes with infrastructure and facilities on the ground. Is there opportunity for us to unpack that with the education?
I think there's an opportunity potentially to unpack it. I think there's examples currently, and they're more the alternate school models, Councillor, that Flexi School have, are not a PNC, but the Friends of concept and an incorporated organisation set up within that to apply for funding. I know other educational institutions, the bigger mainstream ones, have some of those ones, so I definitely think there's opportunities for that. I suppose what we just have to be really careful about, is it still core? When the who can apply and not still, that core element is essential when we're coming back to an assessment panel and then for councillors to make that determination on. So that's the bit for me. You know, I think opening up the grant rounds will be interesting in terms of the applications we get through and refining those with those applicants as well.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. Just in relation to what was raised by Councillor Summerfield and McDonald about inconsistency, and what I was looking at particularly was the organisations or bodies, people who are ineligible to apply for grants, and they do vary from one to another. And I'm just wondering, what's the rationale of that? I would have thought it would have been fairly easy to have the standard ineligible list, which would be common to all, but there might well be some good reasons for that. But
Thanks, Councillor. And some of this has been historic, where it's a temporary COVID economic development ones had a certain eligibility for organisations. Community support, for different reasons, had those who were eligible. So each one is a little bit different, but there is some consistency until the PNC currently. That would be added to a few. PNCs are still not eligible for the temporary COVID community economic development grants. So each one's have some similarities, but some are still different within who's eligible and not eligible.
it probably doesn't explain why they are in the part of PNCs, which we've dealt with today. But you know, there are other organisations that sometimes they appear in the list of the. Just can't give you off the top of my head right away what they. 3 o'clock this morning I could. Which ones vary. But for example, there is professional organisations can't apply in some, but they're not listed in others. Whereas unions, for example, can't apply anywhere, and I wonder why that is. So yeah, I just think it's desirable. I can't really imagine, and despite notwithstanding your explanation, I can't really accept why there is an inconsistency, and I think a little bit more work on that perhaps could be done. The other one I wanted to raise was about organisations that have gaming machines. We had discussions here over some applications for relief in the past for rates or water or whatever it was, and I thought there was a feeling amongst councillors that you know, large organisations with many gaming machines should not be eligible to apply for much at all, if anything. But smaller ones with up to, might have been 10 machines, 8 machines or whatever it was, should be able to. Was there any consideration given to that?
None in this historically we've done for the gaming machine side of it. Like, we've looked at the not-for-profit community organisations, and then specific to Seamus and Tony's one around that temporary community economic development grants. So nothing in terms of the smaller game machines, unless within sporting clubs. But some of those sporting clubs would be linked into their sports grants for infrastructure.
It was referable to a sports bowling clubs, I think we were talking about at the time.
Can I just have a go? I don't think our guidelines make them ineligible just because you've got gaming machines. If you're a not-for-profit, your sporting club, I think you are still eligible.
I did see somewhere in the material that
It was a water account.
So in relation to the community grants, you would be eligible to apply. So
if
you're a bowls club, you're not ineligible just because you've got gaming machines. You would be eligible. In attempting to answer your first question, Councillor Shine, I think your question was, why are there inconsistencies between eligibility and ineligibility? I think these grants have been around for almost 10 years now, and they've gone through refinement every year and taken feedback at different times and made amendments in response to that feedback. They didn't all commence at the same date. Some are newly implemented, and I think the best explanation I can give you is that we were responding to the needs and the feedback at the time that those grants were formed, and we've not received any feedback subsequently that it's not working or that there are any challenges that warrant further updates. Notwithstanding, I guess we could have a review and try and simplify those as much as we can. I'd suggest that things are working pretty well at the moment, and we could park that to the next review. We do an annual review around every 2 years. We do that review. We could do a more thorough review at that time to ensure consistency. But I think some inconsistencies will probably still remain because of the very different nature of each of the grant programs. But that's the best explanation I can give you now. Some of them might have been changed 7 years ago, and I couldn't remember the rationale from 7 years ago around that.
I suppose I'm not really worried about why it has occurred, but rather the desirability to, in the future, make it consistent. So if that review could take place next year, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. The reason a lot of these grants started, they were before amalgamation, our small councils and small organisations and even small organisations in the city had grants. Toowoomba City, council can't be all things to all people. Some of these grants mean a lot to small community organisations, and they're the difference between them prospering and continuing to go on or not being there at all. And that's just answering what Councillor Shine has said. You know, we really shouldn't be trying to find a way. Education's a state, Education Queensland, and then we've got private schools, and I agree with the differences like a breakfast club and one example I'd like to point out is the Gumbunji State School pool, which council contributes to and is open to the public as well there. So that's a perfect example of council working with Education Queensland and the Gumbunji P&C and whatever to have that pool there. That's not what I was going to say though. I think that I don't want to be in a position where something comes to council to be ratified when we've had no oversight over it. And I actually think that for the time being, you've still got some people who don't live in the city and work in the city and live in the city and don't understand and some of the small organisations. And Councillor Summerfield says wants things online. Well, fine, that's for the people who can manage to put them online. Some of the older people don't actually have the access to do that. Some of them don't have internet coverage as well. So I think we need to be, if we're going to be there for all people, we need to get that into perspective. So I think we're there to help them. They're not there to actually fit in with what's inconvenient to us unless they're looking at actually the guidelines. That's important. But I don't want to be in a position like I was yesterday. If we're going to have something come to us to ratify, if there's a council around this table that knows something extra about a group that has come up for a grant and has been refused, and there's some reason that we as individuals know, because we are living in the community, I think that we should have that opportunity to be able to put that forward before it's actually finalised. Council, if council's going to ratify, council should be able to have input into it if they see something that perhaps may be an anomaly, which we do at the moment. But if it's going to be just coming to us for ratification, I don't really see that. We might as well just be, you know what I'm saying to you? And I may have misheard you, GM Nick. I may have misheard, but are you saying that when they come to council, it's going to be a bit like yesterday, that it's out there and we're just passing it? No?
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. No, I wasn't saying that. There's no change to the current process for all of the programs. So the assessment panels meet, which include a number of councillors, and those assessment panels make recommendations to council. However, for the new Floral Parade grant program, the policy as it's written proposes that approval of the grants for the floral parade entrance, which is to purchase flowers to stick on a float, be delegated to the CEO. I'd suggest there's no need to bring that to council for approval, but you
Thank
might
you.
have
My apologies, because I
That's
just
okay.
actually thought that was going to go over the lot of them, so my apologies for that. But I just do want us to remember what we're sitting here doing grants for. It's to enable some of these smaller organisations and the sporting organisations to continue to thrive and to pull in people in their community. And it's not for them to fit into what's convenient to us. And we're supposed to be there to help them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr Chair, sorry for jumping the queue, but I probably need to bring to your attention that I've overlooked it, but I just need to possibly make a declaration here around community grants. And that is, I'm not sure of council's position, but anyway, I'll raise it here now. Having been a part of a community or a social club, car club, and having made application and been recipient of a community grant fund, I'm thinking I've overlooked it. Make a declaration and ask councillors to decide whether I should be in this forum or not. I know I've asked a question around clarity on some education stuff, but should I, in your hands, happy to step out if you so wish. Is it a declarable conflict?
Yeah, I'll ask the CEO to probably comment on that, and also councillors will apologise. I want to go back. I did skip item 2 where we do the conflicts and declarable interests, so I do apologise for that. But just in this case, I'll ask the CEO for some input.
If you could just clarify where you believe there's a potential conflict here.
Having been a member of the VW Club Darling Downs, and the club's applied for community grants, events support in the past and been a successful recipient. Not sure whether we'll be continuing to do that, and in fact at this stage probably not, but given the fact that we've been a recipient in the past, I'm happy to make a declarable conflict here and ask councillors to determine whether I'm in the room or not.
This isn't in relation to an application specifically for that club.
No, but I understand.
This is a policy.
Conversation around policy.
But this is a policy position that would apply equally to everybody in the community, so I wouldn't think that there's a close enough connection there that you'd need to declare anything.
So
the policy applies to everybody in the community. Everybody would be treated the same. You would not be disadvantaged or advantaged in any way over any other person in relation to this, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, yes, so you're comfortable with that, Councillor Cull, but I suppose the fact that it's been raised, does anyone have any concern with this, or do we move on?
Any questions?
Just ask a question, please.
Sure.
We've had it clarified before, but that if you're just a member of an organisation, for example, me when I was a member of the Turf Club, I've now resigned, but it doesn't mean a thing. But if you're on the executive, that's when there is a concern.
Yeah. Well, I'm not on the executive.
So you don't have...
On a working group for the event, but I'm not part of an executive.
So we're comfortable. No one else has any concerns. We can move. And you're comfortable, Councillor Cull?
As long as
Proceed.
everyone else is,
Yep.
I'm happy.
Just on that, if you're on an executive, as I am, on an executive for a community organisation, I don't think they've ever applied for a grant and don't think they ever will, but am I not supposed to be here because of that reason? Crazy.
I would suggest from the answer, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Mr. CEO, of what the CEO said before, the answer would be no. I'd suggest as well, as we've probably had this conversation a few times, if that was the case, we'd probably all be outside in some capacity. All right, so where were we? We've lost track. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nick. I just wanted a few comments, a few questions. Can I just say first that I welcome the clause about the educational institutions and not their core business, and certainly with my background, once the curriculum finishes for the year, a lot of schools around give students the opportunity to invest in their community at end of year things that aren't part of their core business. And I was out at Highfields Falls last week with a school group working with FEP doing that. I've seen breakfast programs with larger schools run to smaller schools. I would argue that they're not core business, and I would welcome the fact that they can apply for a grant. I do think that in today's current thing where schools are, a lot of people, that what is and isn't core business may be the source of a little bit of ambiguity. But I welcome the officer's intellect, and then once there's some precedent set, we can sort of run on that. Also, like regarding the floral parade, I agree with Councillor Summerfield, but I think that the specific nature of this grant of $1,000 to effectively decorate a float, that it doesn't need to come to us, and I'm happy with the officer's recommendation. Just had a few questions about the youth forum, or the youth grant rather. I shared Councillor McDonald's point about schools are fairly busy and school students are fairly busy in October, and with their school calendar and whether that date, as it's written in the report, may inhibit students who actually have the time to write the application process and apply. And I welcome a second, maybe early year application process. Just a question around, we have a youth program at council. It's an amazing thing, and a lot of people saying, gee, I wish I could have more funding, and I really welcome this grant for that purpose, that giving young people the power to apply and do this kind of stuff. We have a youth leaders program who would obviously know that this kind of grant exists, but I think we've had a problem with council in general of engaging our youth and publicity and getting the general public who are youth to know this is available and therefore applying. So I suppose, is there any special things that we're doing to make the young people of Toowoomba region realise that this youth grant actually exists?
There will be. Once council makes a determination on the grant and the timelines, we will have the normal social media channels that council use, but obviously through Rebecca Schroeder and her team, through the email networks, through the youth leaders themselves, through school information that goes out, the local newsletters, through the community area too. And I suppose some of those grants will be those young people working with the youth sector organisations to put those in as well, Councillor. So there'll be a lot of work through the youth sector that goes out. So the specific general information, but really tailored information going out through the ex-youth leaders, through those other programs that have happened. So yeah, it will be, because it's the first one, it's making sure people are aware of it and actually sitting with them to explain what that all means as well, so they do put a grant in.
Thanks.
Comfortable with that. And Councillor McMahon, on that point, probably one thing I can just comment on that just really quickly. Last night, myself and the Mayor, Councillor McDonald, and Councillor Summerfield were at the presentation for the youth, and I was actually really taken by how much they knew about council and the process and what we do when they spoke there. So I think there's a lot. Whilst there's some work to be done in that area, there is some pretty good engagement in that space. Councillor Hara Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to speak up, they tell me. I'm too quiet on the microphone. My question is a couple of things, and it's sort of more or less around the consistency, Nick, about one, and I'm happy to be shot down, I guess, is around the language in the event sports program on page 70, where it says benefits to disadvantaged vulnerable groups by the development of opportunities for women, people with disabilities, people from diverse cultural backgrounds, etc., etc. I don't know, I just found the language quite jarring, that women were part of some sort of minority, and that we sort of had to have specific, we needed to be specifically targeted to. So, I mean, I don't know whether that's just me being overly politically sensitive, I suppose, or politically, I don't know. So that's something to think about. But my other question was around, again, the priorities. It was just around the cultural and arts support grant, where all of the other grants, the program priorities are really fleshed out. And in that one, it's just got a tiny little sentence. And I know you say that these evolved over time, but I wondered whether it would be good to have a look at that and see whether that could be fleshed out a little bit more, as in all the other grants are as well. take that as a comment.
Yeah, I can't find
So the one about the women is on page 70 of 697
page numbers. What's the
on board books.
No, I can't see it here.
3 of 13.
In most grant applications, isn't it?
I didn't see it in all of them. Yeah, that wording. So I wondered why it was there specifically to that one, and as you say, like they've kind of evolved over time. So,
Would you like the word women deleted from?
I personally would, but I guess that's up to.
Well, Madam Chair, could I just
Sorry, just give me, is it the one on?
could I suggest that we have gender equity or something like that put in there, rather than just spending?
I'll just get, Councillor, Gary Humphries just coming forward to, he might have some input for that for us.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Megan. This one is specifically related to sports participation and women in sport. And with regards to women in sport, they are significantly underrepresented in the amount of government funding that's received, the amount of airtime that they receive, and the amount of support that they receive. So the intention was to specifically identify them because of that inequity of support within other grant and funding programs.
Is that though, Gary? Is that in the sport one? I thought it was in the event support. In the event, this is one that I'm looking at. Maybe it is in the sport one as well.
Oh, sorry. The event sports program and the events program, they cover similar activities. So yes, it is meant to cover both.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Stand to be corrected, I guess. But yeah, just a suggestion about fleshing out the cultural and arts, the program priorities a little bit more, if that was possible. As in the other ones. All the other ones are fleshed out a little bit more.
That might be one I'd like to call on Bronwyn to make comment about, I guess, as the policy owner for the cultural and arts support program.
Sorry, Bronwyn, I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything.
Thanks for the question. I do acknowledge that there is a little bit more work that we need to do in that space. So as we are developing the cultural strategy, I think we'll be in a better position to formulate what some of those priorities might mean. So yes, I'll take that back and look at it a bit more closely.
The ones sort of really quite fleshed out. So thanks, Bronwyn. Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy with that, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan? Okay, Mayor Antonio. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I'd just like to say I understand, thank you Gary for that explanation, but in there should we not have women and girls? If we're going to put women there, women and girls, totally underrepresented, and even, you know, in Australia we're so sport crazy, but the women's rugby teams, cricket teams and they were the only ones who were actually winning, and still they weren't getting any exposure. So I think if you're going to have women there, then you should have women and girls. Because that's where it starts, representation starts.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. And I think there's a few things that we've taken on board as feedback here that need to be updated for next week, and I'm happy to add to make sure that's included. And there are a couple of things from Councillor McDonald too around the youth and the floral parade stuff that we'll need to update for Council's consideration.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a few things. The online, Councillor Taylor, when I said online, it meant that it was to cater for everybody, but online is very helpful for many people. I did wonder, with the floral parade, once Councillor Jeff explained, I was quite happy with that, by the way. With education, I thought Councillor Bill brought up a good mention there insofar as maybe we need to create a better definition there, because at the end of the day, the reason the policies are there is to give us guidelines for our decision making, and so perhaps a little bit more definition around the education, P&Cs, that sort of thing, might be helpful for us using that policy moving forward, just something, or all the policies moving forward, just a suggestion. on page 19 of board books, or the community grants policy, page 5, you'll see the second paragraph there, applications for an offset to partially or fully subsidise the use, hire, rental or of council facilities and or services at below commercial rates or at no charge may be considered and approved by the relevant council officer in accordance with the delegation register. I just wonder whether there is a cap on that mentioned anywhere, because if you're looking at the goods shed or even the annex, we're talking about quite expensive facilities, and I believe a cap should be mentioned somewhere, if not in the policy, then in the delegation register somewhere.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Yes, there is a cap that exists, and it's in the delegations register, Darryl. And I think there's council also considers at the appropriate time. Just trying to recall the right words for it now, but we have ongoing support where there's an annual capped amount for the amount of waivers or fee reductions that we would apply for the non-commercial use of facilities. Our policy is that there is no non-commercial hire for the goods shed and the annex, that are the two facilities that you identify. They're on a commercial precedent rate, as opposed to places like our community venues, which put community first over commercial, and Highfields Cultural Centre is another one that has a community rate as well. So
there's no waiver at all on the annex or the goods shed?
That's correct.
I'm much more comfortable with that then, thanks. I do wonder though whether if it's in the delegation register it shouldn't perhaps be in the policy as well, otherwise you've got to dive deep to find out.
Yeah, there's what do we call that one? The core support. The core support, which we haven't, the last time that was at council was 12 or 18 months ago or something like that, where we consider all the core events and the other core support, and we generally deal with that there. So when that comes up for review would be the appropriate time to explore that, I think.
And that will be, it's a good segue, Councillor, that's due for March, April next year, because we usually do it every 2 years and come back to council. That's a list of a less than commercial that Nick's talking about, and that's for Highfields, Oakey, Pittsworth Town Hall, and they set those out for community, not for profit, and work their way through on those rates. But yeah, we'll be bringing all those back, back to council for consideration.
That's always something to look forward to.
It's a big list.
Thanks for everything, Darryl.
Councillor McDonald.
Look, I'm happy to move the recommendation with the words added that council adopt the altered or as amended, something in there, and as long as they're done during the week and we can check them. Papers.
Just speaking with the CEO before, so it would be, so the word's coming up now, so the adoption following updated new policies and guidelines as amended, so that would be particularly around 9 and 10? 4, 9 and 10.
If you want to go to the girls, and girls is one.
I can summarise what I've...
Yeah, so I might, you happy? I'd get GM Nick to summarise where we're at the moment.
The notes that I've made that need to be updated, I started with the floral parade grants and an update to the ineligible items, as you suggested, Councillor McDonald, just to say that it's anything other than that which is eligible, and include in the guidelines a reflection of the approval process and the delegation to the CEO. So that's floral parade. For youth, we're going to offer a 2020-21 round and extend the program to be 2 rounds, consistent with the other programs. And for the event support, we're going to add women and girls, and they're the updates that we'll make. That's what I've recorded from the conversation. Is there anything that I've missed?
No. Well, Siri says we'll check out the iTunes store. Councillor Carl might have a more informed opinion.
I want to see what you're listening to.
You don't.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. The officer made reference to the further development of cultural policy. Are we specifically referring to attachment 6B here, or is that something else?
That's something else. That's something else. That's currently in the preliminary stages of establishing that project. So we will report that to council in the future. And this grants guidelines will be updated to reflect that once it's adopted by council. So it's a separate body of work.
Okay, I know it's off track, Mr Chair, but just you may take it on notice. Opportunity for input into that process for councillors, particularly around cultural. Will that follow the normal course?
Yes, it will. Yep.
Okay, so any further burning questions? Otherwise,
Happy to second.
so Councillor McDonald moved, so got a seconder in Councillor Summerfield. Just really, really quickly, I will sum up and say thank you for councillors' interest, obviously, and passion towards this, because I think we all know what the outcome that we're trying to achieve with these is obviously to support the community through these different ventures. So I think I think this council proved obviously that it really is invested in this particular program. When at the start of the year it was asked, did councillors want to be a part of the assessment panels when we didn't have to, and it was unanimous essentially that councillors wanted to have an input. So I think that's a great sentiment to obviously the value of this that we see towards our community. Any reason for debate? No. Mover, seconder, or put the motion, which is that council adopt the following updated new policies and guidelines as amended. Are these on the screen online, or do I have to read it all out? They're online, so you can read that there for our viewers online as well. So that is the recommendation. So I've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors, and thank you, Daryl. Thanks to Gary. You've got a councillor exiting. And the team there. Now, as I did mention before, councillor, I apologise, I did skip across declarations, which was item 2. So, Mr CEO, I can just go back to that now, can't I? Just the declarations. I think Councillor Vonhoff has one for this section.
Yep. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. So, item 13, it's a confidential heritage listing of Redwood Park. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because my residential property backs onto Redwood Park. I estimate around 30 metres of property adjoins the park. I have previously raised this interest in other matters relating to Redwood, but those items involved other areas and not Redwood solely, so I'm raising this interest again. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. Any questions for Councillor Vonhoff? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, look, I don't have an issue with this, but just a question, I guess, through to Councillor Vonhoff. Have you been party to any approach by the applicants for the heritage to make comment or be part of?
No, I haven't.
That being the case, I move that Councillor Vonhoff has no greater or less interest than any other member of the community in regard to the application of heritage listing of Redwood Park.
I second that, thanks.
Second, Councillor Carol Taylor. No reason to go into debate. So those in favour of that motion? It's unanimous. Yeah, okay. So thank you for that, councillors, and I do apologise, I did overlook that earlier. So we go to item 4, which is the Community Grant Program, Sports Tourism Event Grant Program approval. And I think we've got Andrew Allpass and Gary Humphries to help with the presentation of this, but I might hand over to Nick to introduce.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillors, a demonstration of our community grants in practice here with this one. And the Sports Tourism Event Grants program is a little bit different to the other programs which offer 2 structured rounds per year. However, the Sports Tourism Event Grant program is open to applicants at any time whilst funding remains in the program. We have received 1 application in the intervening period since we last reported to you, and that is for the 2021 Water Polo Queensland Country Championships. The assessment panel has met as is required by the guidelines, and includes 4 councillors: Councillor James, Councillor Tim, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Kerry. Thanks for your input into the assessment of the application, and the application is recommended for approval. So I commend that recommendation to you, councillors. If there are any questions, Andrew, our sports guy, is here, and would be happy to help.
So not a question as such, but a statement. Wonderful to see them choosing Toowoomba for the country championships, and we used to host them in Gundawindi a couple of times. They've done it, so it's really tremendous. And water polo's lost a bit of traction, so there is an association here in Toowoomba. So perhaps this might kickstart a whole lot of young swimmers considering water polo. So I'm actually happy to move that if.
So we've got a mover there. Does someone want to second that? Is that, yeah, the Mayor? Any questions before I go to a vote? Okay, so I have a move by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Mayor Antonio. Anyone wish to go into debate? I'll put the vote. So those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item 5 of the agenda. It's the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers 2020 Outcome Report and 2021 Event Preview. Kate Scott is coming forward, but again, I'll hand over to the GM.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillors, I'm sure Kate's chomping at the bit to get to the microphone and talk to you about this one, but just a brief introduction from me. The purpose of the report is to present to you the outcomes from the 2020 event, which was, needless to say, heavily impacted by COVID-19 restrictions, but nonetheless quite a successful event given those circumstances, and one of the first major public attendance events to be conducted under those conditions. So a massive congratulations to Kate and her team, very well done. We did rest a number of events this year for the 2020 event, as you know, and they're outlined in the report. We hope that they'll be reinstated for 2021, COVID restrictions dependent, obviously. The report also outlines the 2021 event and our progression towards implementation of the strategic plan which you adopted earlier this year. Significantly, I think it's important to highlight a move to activation of the 4 weekends over September rather than concentrating around the 10 days of Carnival that's been our custom and practice and tradition. The biggest change we'll see for 2021, should you support it, is the movement of the Festival of Food and Wine to a different weekend to that of the Parade and Sideshow Alley, so starting to spread those events and the attractions to come to our region and stay and play and enjoy. And so that's one of the major changes that I thought worthy of highlighting to you. Kate, did you want to do any intro or just happy to answer questions? Happy to answer questions, councillors.
Councillors, any questions, comments, thoughts? Mayor Antonio?
Look, thanks very much, Mr Chairman. To you, Kate, and to the team around you, congratulations on doing an absolutely outstanding job. There's no doubt that we faced quite a different scenario. But you know, if you looked at the Warrego Highway those days, for those couple of weeks, number of people who came to town, number of people that I took the time to walk through the Botanic Gardens and talk to from all over the world, but Australian residents from Brisbane. It was absolutely amazing, and I think there are so many learnings, and I'm delighted that you've come up with some other ideas. I'm delighted that you've shifted the Food and Wine Festival, and I think we're on a new journey, but you know, on behalf of the community, and I guess on behalf of my colleagues, congratulate you for your leadership. It's been absolutely great, and to the team around you, it's been amazing, and this is our iconic event. The opening of the Carnival Lane the other day, of course, adds once again a little bit more to all of that. You know, I think we ought all be very proud of that carnival that was started way back there post the Second World War. Make this place feel a bit better about itself, and what a great job it's done. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Carol Taylor?
Thank you. I'd like to echo those comments, and as someone who's spent a lot of time up in the gardens and that with my dogs, I think, you know, it was amazing. The whole place was pumping, and it was like that for 2 weeks. So it was really good. People kind of discovered us, I suppose, and most I spoke to said they'll come back because they didn't realise that Toowoomba was so beautiful. I just, I know it's I just think it's moving the food and wine is, it's a good experiment, I guess. I just worry, I suppose we can always move it back if it doesn't work next year. That's my concern, because a lot of people come up because of the whole vibe that's there. I know we want. I know the desire is to spread it over more time so that our businesses and our community can, can realise more for their investment and have people spend more money. But it is a bit of a risk in that people do come when that vibe is the strongest, and it's the strongest on that weekend with the parade and everything that's there. So I support us trying it, but I do it with a little bit of trepidation because I think, I remember when I was secretary at show, people wanted to move the camp draft out of the ring because the ring was too busy. And they moved the camp draft out of the ring and nobody stood round the ring to watch the hacks and things. So, I mean, it's just sometimes what seems to be the right thing to do is sometimes not the right thing to do, in that the vibrancy of the crowds and everything else provides its own amenity. So I'm happy for us to try that. And Kate, I know you haven't done it lightly, and I know the reasons you've done it, and I hope it's great, but I just have a little bit of concern about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Kate, did you want to talk a little bit around the idea or the reasoning of the change of date?
We've been getting comments for a number of years now, especially around the impacts that parade has on the CBD, around the road closures taking over the CBD for the whole day, and also just what that impact flows out for the greater CBD area, whether that be the shopping centres, the parks, and the businesses that try and flow around the CBD. So that's definitely one of the aspects that we want to trial next year. And I suppose it is a trial. We're not locking anything in cement. We really want to just see how this works. We also see there's great development opportunities across the Festival of Food and Wine to really celebrate that we have an amazing taste array here across the Toowoomba region and the Darling Downs. So we want to explore how we can do more with that event, and having that in its own presence will give us that space to do that as well.
Thanks, Kate. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Kate, for a great carnival, my first, and I had a great time everywhere from in the visitor info hub to walking around and showing people my newfound, I'm learning the names and it's pretty good. I didn't know them at the start, so we're getting there. I just had a question around, so numbers were spectacularly high this year without all those extra events. And, people are coming for the gardens. I'm wondering if you had any thoughts on, do you think numbers were higher because it was the only probably COVID-approved festival maybe in southeast Queensland for that time, or do you think that, have you given any thought to these events that didn't happen maybe aren't the draw card anyway? I'm just wondering your thoughts, not that I don't want to see them continue, but your thoughts around that.
We absolutely had the perfect storm this year. We had borders closed and people were bored. JobKeeper had everyone's bank accounts with fuel money, and they had the time, and we had kids on holidays that were sick of being at home. We had an outdoor event, and those things made it very safe for visitors to come and see us. We've also got a breadth of population that a lot of people have got friends and family here as well that they hadn't seen, so they use Carnival as an opportunity to come to town. So many comments were received, haven't been back to Toowoomba for 10, 20, 30 years. And they've re-engaged friendships from that. So I think we probably won't see that again. Fingers crossed we don't have a pandemic we have to deal with again in the future like we've had now. So I think with the borders closed, Queensland being a little bit of a captured state, and we're really safe, and being outdoors, they were the big things. Having an outdoor facility, everyone can move away from each other and just come 24/7 to the parks as well. That's a really big factor that we've got that a lot of people don't have. We don't have closed doors, we don't have fences. So if you love walking through the park at 6 a.m. in the morning, you can go and have a carnival experience.
Just one final comment. 17,000 people through Queen's Park on Sunday the 20th of September is a tremendous achievement, like the stats in your report, so thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Any other? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Carnival, Kate, I don't think you've put a foot wrong, have you? So I think your track record's pretty good. So I think my confidence level in you changing things around is high. Just in terms of having the event go for much longer, are you resourced to do that? Are you and your team?
It's actually going to be better, to be honest, for my team. So at the moment, we have to bring in about 26 extra people just to facilitate that main weekend when we've got festival and parade and gala dinner and all those things happening within 4 days. So this will actually give us breadth to include more people as well, because we've got some really amazing talents that are doing one thing that we could actually have spreading out across a couple of different events. So I'm quite excited about that. So we don't see any more resourcing requirements needed. And it also lets some of the other volunteers and community groups and members be more involved across the events as well. They're, sometimes parade is their only focus and that's all they can look at. By spreading things across the month, we'll be able to let the community be more involved as well.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, through you, Chair, to CK. Well done, good report. A couple of little things, if I could. Just in regard to Chronicle Garden Competition and exhibition gardens, conversations I dare say have been going with those folk, and to extend to 4 weeks when there has been feedback about the difficulty opening 10 days. Has there been any dialogue with the Chronicle in regard to their competition?
We have made them aware that this, this notion has come to council at this event of meetings. So at this stage, they're just considering their options. It's actually giving the gardeners that I have spoken to so far a lot more options. They're not locked into 10 days, a strategic program. So they can look at opening for weekends, midweeks, opening for 1 weekend, opening for 2 weekends. So there's a lot of that kind of work happening at the moment. It's also going to allow the gardeners to look at those that flower early and late. There is a different season at the start, like coming out of that autumn, and what's flowering then right through to the end of September. So we're actually seeing that there should be some more diversity and a bit more scope for everyone to participate.
So I'd just be interested in those conversations as they go forward, because you're right, gives greater scope, and they have to start planning their gardens fairly early to try and work out what they're doing. So that's interesting. Community organisation-wise, to have so many groups, they can now spread their events over those 4 weeks, I would assume?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of work ahead of us over the next couple of months if this is recommended and accepted by council, to actually go out to a lot of community groups and talk about where they're going to sit best or what they want to align themselves to. And it gives them the freedom also that they've traditionally been on a weekend and it may not actually suit them for their event to grow through that. So it's exciting times, I think, for Toowoomba going forward to look at how we can best place those events across the weekends, because council's looking to activate the weekends. We're not going to a 30-day program of events. We're really looking to focus in on the weekends.
And I love the buzz, the spring buzz, food buzz, family buzz, and colour buzz. And the theme across all of those is the very reason why people came this year, which was the gardens. Exactly. So I think back to Councillor McMahon's point and the Mayor's point around, people were coming here for the very reason that this started, and you've actually enhanced that even more for these 4 weeks. So, we see those numbers spread across. One of the greatest bits of feedback I've got over the years is that there's so much to do in a short period of time. How can I see it all? So many things don't get done. So the push for me this time is to come to the region, slow down, stay a few days, spread, explore the region. So there's all these bed nights that come ringing in my mind as to how we can extend that. The Ferris wheel up the Botanic Gardens was an absolute highlight for many, including Councillor Shine, who was his first time on a Ferris wheel. I'm just wondering whether we could, or if you've got thoughts about extending that to the full 4 weeks of the newly reinvigorated Carnival of Flowers.
It's not compulsory.
It's probably not something we do for the 4 weeks, to be honest. It is very aligned to school holidays in that market. So we're just looking at, and it also comes down to cost too. And the availability, to be honest, Australia doesn't have many Ferris wheels. So the very first Ferris wheel we got 3 years ago actually came up from Adelaide. So we are currently working with a Queensland supplier to just secure them as much as possible. It's the same Ferris wheel that's at the State Fair in Queen's Park at the moment too. Yeah. So it's great to have that Queensland supplier back in town.
Okay, I just know Councillor Shine would be keen to have extra goes on it. That's full.
Daily.
But it is something that gives you a different view of the parks, and obviously not having the ability through COVID to go and view the platform up at Laurel Bank, let's hope that won't be the case in 2021. Let's hope it won't be. The last comment is around the different thoughts of promoting, and I know James has been heavily involved with the Pedals and Pups tour, So just the figures through there, 1 million people viewing the story on Rambo, and over $500,000 in advertising, that's come from that. It's just interesting what does trigger people's imagination, and this year was probably even more so in regard to that. So maybe we've gone from the power of the pedal to the power of the pooch in some cases. But I do appreciate it. I think this is something we've been sort of working on for a number of years, and this has given us a chance to do it. So I applaud it and look forward to the challenges and opportunities that await.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dodds. So I've got Mayor Antonio.
If I can just make a comment, and I can repeat the words of a person who has a commercial interest in the Carnival of Flowers, who's a close friend of mine. He indicated to me very clearly that this is not September's not the only time in the year when we actually have results of flowers growing for a period of a few months. We've got the winter gardens, of course, flowering in the springtime. The summer gardens, of course, flowering round about Easter time. And this particular commercial interest suggesting we ought to give some consideration to a bit more promotion of our gardens during that Easter period. But of course, we talk about tourism. There's $39 billion spent by Australians travelling overseas, and of course that was completely eliminated during the COVID pandemic. But it will not lose all that when the borders are opened again. I think the experiences people have had, the discussions I've had with people from Gold Coast, Brisbane, some of them were in fact overseas who were stranded here in the Botanic Gardens. I think there's enormous potential for us to keep this sort of thing going. We have a reputation as being Australia's garden city, and I'm quite happy to have a further discussion with you around the possibilities of a second time when we can not necessarily have a Carnival of Flowers, but certainly promote Toowoomba as a garden area and the parks and gardens. How lucky are we that the pioneers of this country, this area, did what they did with the Queen's Park and Laurelbank Park, all those sort of things. We're very fortunate that they were people with vision.
Absolutely.
Councillor Carroll.
Mr Chair, and following on, thank you, Mr Mayor, for that, because two things, the petals and pooches, I think we can do a whole lot more there, and perhaps, in the shades of a lot of the hotels, the Ovalos, having dog packages in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, places like that, and I think that perhaps we should be trying to look for some accommodation for people who want to bring their dogs to something, and perhaps some of our eating houses, there's very few places that you can go, and I go every Sunday with my dogs, very few places where you can go with dogs and where they really cater for dogs. But following on from what the Mayor has said, we have a wonderful opportunity. Our gardeners do an amazing job with the summer planting, with plants that are flowering from now on, I guess, when the hot weather comes. And I particularly remember a year, I think it's a few years ago now, where the city just looked amazing, and people were coming up during the hot weather because we think it's hot, but it's much cooler up here than it is down even just down the valley. So I think I agree with the Mayor on that. There's a wonderful opportunity in both spaces in the poor petals and pooches, because we can do a lot more to provide services for people who travel with dogs. And the other thing, we could probably look at having something during the summer when our gardens are looking really fantastic, and we do have those wonderful nights. There are very few nights here when you don't have a lovely breeze. And Brisbane, look, we're captive. We've got the coasts and Brisbane, and I do remember a few years ago, Nick, through you, Mr Chair, to Nick, I don't remember, I think it's probably about 5 years ago, they had a really wonderful summer planting, and, with the hollyhocks and different things out there, and there were so many people out in front of City Hall just walking along, even in the Civic Square here. Big opportunity, I think.
Yeah. It's probably music to the ears for Kate.
You've all read the strategic plan, which is really exciting, because we wanted to really look, that's the challenge we've got for the next 5 years, is looking at how we can use the asset that we call Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers and embed that across the year to really bring more people through. So it's great to get those encouraging comments. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, look, I'm very comfortable to move the recommendation.
Seconded by the Mayor, but I think I've got another, before I get to that question.
I move it, I'll second it. Just two quick questions. Do you have any feedback on TR Eats? How well received was it? Did as many people attend the TR Eats as perhaps cafes were after?
Oh, absolutely. We've actually got one location that has put the menu item on their full-time menu, so that's a key success. The tavern out at Oakey had recorded 20 people that came specially just for treats. They walked up and said, "We want the treats. We're in town for the treats." So I think that's amazing result to have Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers getting 20 people that would not have gone to Oakey for that exact reason and spending dollars there. And we had 6 regional locations that actually participated, and we had 30 in town. We had 14 come back to us with some data. Out of those 14 places, they had 862 meals, so treat meals sold in the 30 days. And so that's less than half of the actual participants. So I think that's an amazing opportunity, and we're sort of embedding it into next year's program already. And we think it's something that we could actually roll out throughout the year as well, into other times that might be a low kind of travel season, just to get that whole, be a tourist in your backyard and have other reasons to come up here.
Yeah, I agree, and certainly the conversations I had with people was, look, I've booked in a hotel for 4 nights, I've got a huge weekend, and nothing on Monday, Tuesday. Can you suggest day trips? And a lot of people doing them west and north, so I think that's worth investing in. Second question, terribly operational, but I thought I'd ask. We have expert gardeners who prime our flowers to bloom for the 10 days of Carnival, and I noticed that they're getting a bit withered towards the very end of Carnival, and we're suggesting to keep them for a month. Is the garden staff confident that they can do that in 2021?
At this stage, we're looking at, we're not sure if we'll actually run the info hubs and the garden lounges every weekend. We've got a big opportunity. The uptake of information online was huge this year, so a lot of people wanted to have a QR code or wanted to go online and really look at things at their own space, not necessarily have information when they were standing in the middle of the flowers. So we've got a lot of opportunities for static displays, electronic displays to go ahead, and it's up to the Parks and Rec team to work out what their capacity is, but generally they're pretty happy to stand there and say 1,000 times that that's rat's tail status. That was the big question this year that they got. So they do a lot of work, and they're pretty happy to make sure that everyone knows about it as well, and we want to support them as much as they're available to help out.
Happy to second, Councillor.
Thanks, Kate. So you can fight over that. We've got a mover in a second. You can third it if you like. So, but before I go to that I just will, if I can just sum up and say, to Kate and your team, thank you so much for everything that you've done this year. Also, we did have 235 hours of volunteer service, so I think to those people that gave up their time, and that 235 hours was spread over around 20 odd people actually, so they put in a lot of time and effort across our gardens. I think the Mayor summed it up quite well when what the biggest take home for me for this year's Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers was obviously that because of everything that was going on around us, essentially it brought the event back to the core of what it was established for. So in 1949, Essex Tate said it's about promoting our city's garden city image and also an economic stimulus post the war. So whilst it wasn't obviously a post-war at this stage, it really was about the gardens. And when you look at the numbers, when there was 116,000 through the Botanical Gardens, 80-odd thousand through Laurel Bank, that's actually roughly 10,000 more than last year through both of those parks. So it goes to show the power, what do you say, the power of the flower, the amount that people wanted to come back and see it, I think is incredible. And then when you look at the economic boost it gave for across the region, as we mentioned through the TR Eats, is just one element of that, with 36 involved there, and all that was sold across there. And I think we had upwards of around 11 million in visitor spending. So, and as we mentioned with the work that our gardeners did do, the biggest compliment I think I can give that we gave one person that came up to me in the info hub and said, "This is the best the gardens have ever looked," and I think I'm pretty well placed to say that because I've been to every carnival. So they mentioned they were quite young when they were at the first one. So that was sort of some of the comments there. So Kate, thank you to you and for everything obviously that you've done, and we really look forward to what is a pretty exciting time coming forward. And also obviously that itty bitty parade was a different innovation this year. It had 12,000 or so views online, so it was quite well received as well. So mover, seconder, thirder, fourther, anyone wish to go into debate over this? Okay, so I put the motion, those in favour. Carried unanimously. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Kate. Where are we at, councillors? I know Councillor Shine's probably hanging for a break. We've got a couple more items. I might try and get through them. So, you don't have to ask questions. It's optional. We go to item 6, councillors. It's quote or tender consideration plan for the Toowoomba Carnival Flowers 2021. Actually, I said Kate's still with us for that one, but I'll hand over to Nick again.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillors, you've seen a few of these in recent times for other areas as well, and as you know, the local government regulation provides methods by which council may establish medium and large size contracts and includes exceptions by which council may depart from the traditional quote and tender process. One of those is the establishment of a tender or quotation consideration plan. We've done this for Carnival of Flowers in the past because of the very specialised and unique circumstances under which Carnival operates for some of the services and our needs. A typical tender or quote process is impractical and inefficient for us. So we use this mechanism to establish the tender or quote consideration plan, and the regulation requires your endorsement of us doing that. So this report is all about achieving that purpose. If there are any questions in regards to the specifics of what's included, again, Kate will be best placed to answer those. A lot of work's gone into this, including consultation with our procurement team, so I commend it to you, councillors.
Thanks, Nick. Councillors in your hand. Councillor McDonald.
I'm happy to move recommendation.
Quick question.
Mover and a... Sorry.
Questions?
Yeah, I'll come back to that, but I've got a mover. So Councillor Carroll, you're happy to second that? So I've got a mover and a seconder, but I'll go to questions. So Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. It's great if we can have the questions first. So, Kate, the one thing I was concerned about was the local buy, and I note that you do have wording in there around local buy, and I'd just like to make the comment that I think it's really important that we focus on that local buy, and because I know in the past we've had people complain, you know, and I also know you've been tweaking it, so don't feel I'm having a go. So for me, that was the only thing that really stuck out for me, was we needed to make sure we've got that local focus. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Kate, so we do this every year, adopt the plan. Is there much refinement from previous years? What's kind of changing, I guess?
No, it's very, very similar to last year. We took off, there was a loan car sponsorship that we took off from last year, which was a 3-year agreement we entered with Peter Roberts Honda. So that's been taken off because we don't have to do that procurement process again this year. And the only other thing that we took off was it's off the top of my head now.
That's okay, you can get back to
I can come back by an email, but it's a process that... Oh, sorry, traffic control, yes, because we've actually got that procurement process. So we've worked with Robin and Anne-Marie to actually have that included in the overall council procurement process, so we don't have to be outside of those sound contracting principles.
Do we have any other questions, councillors? Okay, so I've got a mover in Councillor McDonald, a seconder in Councillor Carroll Taylor. Anyone wish to go into debate? So I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. And actually, councillor, for some reason I thought we only had one item to go after this one, so there is a few. So I am happy to go to a break if that's the desire of the room. So we might. So can I get a motion to adjourn? Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour?
15 minutes.
If you like. So yeah, so we'll break for. What are we? What's it now? 10:28. 12 minutes. Come back at 10:40. All right, councillors and our viewers, welcome back to the Environment Community Committee for the month of December. So our next item that we're up to would be 7. So item 7 on the agenda is the Toowoomba pop-up bed pilot program. So I'll hand across to Nick, probably do an introduction on this one. We have Daryl Bates as well, but also I can probably answer a lot of questions as well around this as well.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillors, the Toowoomba Housing and Homelessness Stakeholder Group only very recently made this request to us. Essentially, that group is a network of government and non-government agencies working in the housing and homelessness space. And it's recognised that homelessness requires a collaborative and multi-pronged response, and the proposed initiative for a pop-up bed pilot program is just one aspect to that. Councillor James has attended some of the meetings of the stakeholder group and as he's already mentioned, is probably in a good position to provide further detail and answer questions, but as is Daryl Bates, the author of the report, who's had conversations with the group as well. So the group's seeking council support for provision of a venue to conduct this pilot or trial. The venue identified is the Goodshed, was identified for various reasons as the most suitable. We did go through a process of trying to identify other venues but failed to find something suitable and available. So the recommendations there, councillors, I'm sure there'll be some conversation around this and we're happy to take those questions.
Thanks, Nick. So so just as a quick addition to that, as a summary, so this stakeholder group, councillors, obviously is working on addressing homelessness across the region. So it's obviously something that's becoming more and more prevalent in our community, unfortunately. So this group really sees a point of where we're potentially heading towards an increasing situation when it comes to homelessness. So they're looking around short-term, medium-term and long-term solutions, obviously, to try and provide some outcomes. So this is one of the short-term outcomes. So it's this pilot program. So where essentially it's a pop-up bed pilot program where essentially you set up a place almost I suppose similar to an evacuation centre, I suppose, where we've had in natural disasters and things like that. So the idea of it is during that program is obviously to assist the vulnerable persons, one, with improving obviously just their life. So hoping to connect them with the right support avenues that they can to potentially transition out of homelessness, and also obviously just to provide a safe venue for those that are in a crisis situation at the moment. So, but I'm sure there will be, as we mentioned, a few questions and queries around it. So I've got a couple lined up already. I've got Councillor McMahon, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Summerfield, and then Councillor Von Hoff.
You ready?
Yeah, you're on.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I welcome the idea that we are involved in the homelessness space. I think that as yourself as Chair, we've been contacted in our portfolio a fair bit about different options to try and help the looming rental crisis that is and homeless pandemic that is happening, whether it's a result of COVID or something else. I must admit I had concerns about council getting involved in that with all sorts of issues that may pop up when the Goodshed becomes essentially, homeless beds from those hours, 7 to 5:30. Except that we're not involved in the running of this program, we're just supplying the beds. And like you're saying, it's a multifaceted approach. A lot of other organisations are involved who will be doing the operational and the day-to-day. And with that in mind, I'm actually very happy with this, and I think it's just council supplying the venue as part of the vast array of stakeholders who are involved with this. So I'm very happy that we're involved in this way. Thank you.
So I'll take that as a comment. Thanks, Councillor Munn. Yeah, so that's council's input is essentially is the venue. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of my questions have been answered. Brisbane City have this annually, and they've been doing it for a long, long time, and they put them in touch with all the services over that particular time. So it's not just come in, do that, and then also there's a lot of free food that's provided down at Brisbane City's venue. The people come in and so it really is a big effort to try to change that cycle, I suppose. And I support this, but of course, perhaps not on an ongoing basis. and I think we probably all feel like that, but it's wonderful that all the agencies come together and they do that down there, and I guess they have a bit of a review on it, and I think that it's as high as 65%. They try to put them in touch with people who might give them a trial for employment and all that sort of thing. So I hope that's happening here, is it?
Through this program, that's the intent of it, yes.
Whole thing. So I support it, yes, for the 8 days.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Taylor. I suppose just to branch off on a couple of those points is that's exactly where it is. It's a short term, so obviously it is just for a short term period of time, obviously to try and assist people to transition through that phase. Second part about it as well is that speaking with all these different agencies, and you're talking right from all of the different groups, from state government to these community groups, is there's not actually any real data on how many homeless people there actually are. So they're sort of trying, there's speculation with different groups and where they sort of sit. So they're hoping that this also does provide a little bit of, I guess, information, and that so we sort of understand what we're sort of looking at as well.
A bit of a follow-up comment there. I don't believe COVID's made too much difference at all. I think that they've been there. When the councils were first amalgamated, somebody came to meet with me, and I was actually shocked because they always come to a larger city rather than. It's very sad, and feeling safe during that week will make a big difference. Be able to be, go around and find what they need. So I think the problem is an issue in most cities of this size, and it's a sad reflection really on modern life, I guess. So if we can help in any way, I think that's amazing.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, we all have to be compassionate, and I've certainly had a long-term linkage with homelessness, trying to assist, as Darryl well knows. So I do believe it will be good to try and find solutions, and sure, I've been talking about the accommodation crisis with rentals and whatever that's continues to grow. My concern here, I have two concerns. One is we're using our premier function centre, which is $1,750 per day. We may not have a booking for February at this point in time, but what if one comes in? We have to turn it down because we've done this. I just think that there could be opportunity to find a different venue rather than the best venue that there is in town for this. The other concern that I have is that we're doing this in February, yet it's March, which is when it's really going to hit, which I believe is when the job seeker, job keeper stuff really starts to cut back. And that's when it's going to be much more difficult for people who either are homeless or will be homeless because of it. So I'm just really I believe this is flawed. I don't think it's been thought out well enough, to be honest. I think there's opportunity for us. Even it would be more effective for us to find a church or public hall that we paid the rent on for that month, so that our premier function centre is left to be booked at $1,750 a day. But I also worry about March being the more impactful month, and of course April, May, June. Doing it for a month just sets it up for disappointment, because if these people don't find accommodation during that time, they are then put back out on the street. And I'm just concerned about it, to be honest.
I think they're all good points you raise, and I guess that's the question for councillors. Do they support wanting to use a facility of that nature for something like this? That's exactly right, and I think that's something obviously each council will make a decision on. And in terms of the time frame, that this is the time frame that was chosen by the actual group. So there was a couple of time frames I know that were sort of bandied around, but Darryl, you might want to.
Yeah, very much so, Councillor. They, the group themselves come in terms of a fact finding to run the program, the pop-up pilot for 28 days, wrapping some dental vans, medical vans, services, security, a whole range of things around it to actually get the information and to plan their future strategies. And it was the interesting one is there are other venues. One of the ones they're looking at, or currently looking at for winter, which will be a big issue again here locally, is there's some work with a range of churches to be a pop-up one night during those times at a range of church venues. And Rodney from Lifeline's currently working through that process with the group as well. They're looking at dongers. There's some interesting information about their short, medium and long term and what roles different areas play. So this was very much about what are the facts. We're hearing some stuff on the ground, but is that what's there? And getting that information for their future planning was the way the proposal come across.
Yeah. I had Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm very supportive of this. I think it's an empty space that we've got there that could be used by members of our community, so why not do that? And I can see that the area, I mean, we all know that good shed very well. That area around it is perfectly suitable for the vans and things, those auxiliary services. So to me, it makes a lot of sense as a venue. I do see this as just such a sad reflection of where we've got to as a community, and it's a temporary fix. And of course, the permanent fix is to address those low rental vacancy rates and to address high unemployment rates and to address the severely oversubscribed support services and shelters. And that's a space that we probably need to be advocating in as well to other levels of government. I do have a question, and I note in the report that it talks about that, you know, all other aspects of the program, including insurance, will be met by various members of the group. It is an open space, and that is one of the benefits and one of the reasons that it was identified. But for people who go into that goods shed for those evenings, you're going to have big burly men who are 100 plus kilos, and you're going to have women with children who are escaping domestic violence, and it is an open space. And I note that they're going to handle the logistics and the insurance, but I do want to be sure that those questions about how will the groups be kept safe in that open space, I want to know that that's being addressed.
So I can probably answer that, and Darryl, you can add to it if I miss anything. One of the requirements around it would be that this entity, and they've already sorted this part, so is having security there. So not, as you said, it's not just sort of volunteers trying to, so actually train security guards to be there to ensure safety of people there and everyone around it. Around the makeup of people, that's something that the group also has to decide on, because it's either going to be singles like that or families, or because of the logistics that's around that, and obviously the issues that exist with that. So I don't know, Darryl, if you've got any further information on that, but that's the last where they were. Whilst you'd like to try and help everyone, it's a position where they need to work out, okay, what is the most immediate need?
Yeah, and it was there was a meeting yesterday that actually they're doing some statistics, and hopefully it'll be information I can share through Nick with the councillors about what they're currently finding out, and they're still getting those. Currently a spike with mums and children around at the moment, but they were looking at that venue specifically being single male, single female, separation and intake procedure as part of it, working with Queensland Health around the social workers as an intake, and then a separation. But it would definitely form part of any hire agreement of, that's a huge space in terms of layout, how are they factoring that in. There's no showers currently, you know, how are they working through that process, and they're aware of that. So, you know, the hire, the food, anyone coming in to serve food around our food permits, and environmental health staff have been really good at providing information around Queensland Health COVID-19 directives around that too. So there's still a few things from a hire perspective that they need to have considered and work through. But yeah, the separation and the ongoing management and the entity itself, at this stage it's a group. Department of Housing and Public Works are looking at being the lead agency for that, but that's still to be finalised as the hire of the venue as well.
Thank you for that.
I have Councillor Kerry Shine.
No, thanks, Chair. Just wondering whether any consideration has been given by that group or by the council officers for using the now vacant depot at Anzac Avenue which, from what I was informed yesterday by an officer of the council, does have facilities, kitchen, toilets, and etc. Probably not as modern or as refurbished, of course, as the goods shed, but might have more necessary facilities than does the goods shed. It would get over the problem that Councillor Summerfield raised, that this is the goods shed is our premier function centre, whereas the depot isn't. And it also could be perhaps used at the same time as the goods shed, if you wanted to proceed down that way, by having separate groups in the depot. For example, single men up there, whereas families or women and kids down at the goods shed. Just a suggestion. And also, it'll still be available hopefully still be available in winter as well.
Just around the point of other venues, I can assure you when this first was raised with me and the goods shed was the first thing that came up, I did try and suggest a few others for the reasons I thought that a lot of things have been mentioned here today. But what it came back to, and it makes sense, I suppose, is proximity to where vulnerable people are congregating and easy access to, and also as well for the different agencies and groups to be able to access as well. So it was the group. One of the things they looked at and was unanimous essentially around is wherever it was for this particular pilot that it had to be fairly CBD central. That was the reasons behind that. In terms of your other idea of fleshing it out further for other venues, well, that's probably, I suppose. Well, if council could look at provide, we've got one venue at the moment, but if that's something you're considering, I suppose we can tease that out a bit later, so you can consider that. But I've got Councillor Hara Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question, Daryl just touched on it briefly, Daryl, about the lead agency, that the group has yet to identify the lead agency. And I guess sort of the question about insurance. And so if a lead agency is not identified, like at what sort of time do we need to know that possibly the goods shed is available if this isn't going to happen? All of those, yeah.
And I think that was in the proposal getting up so quickly to council that Nick's right. This was only a few weeks, and getting that to council to see council's indication of support for the goods shed was around developing the same time they're developing lead agencies for that, to look at the insurances and that. So I think the two are going hand in hand. There's talk of, as I said, Department of Housing and Public Works. Looks like they will be, but that's still to be negotiated. And if not that, I know that the Homeless Hub and under Lifeline's auspice, we're looking at that too. And probably to support Councillor O'Shea's comments around it, they were CBD. Like I think from my perspective too, the depot was something we'd raised, but because of the transient nature and the walk between, whether that's the base with Nat and Tiff, whether that's at Cooley Park with the showers in the morning, Centrelink, those kind of agencies are CBD located, is why they came back with the goods shed as the preferred option.
Thanks. And also, just quickly, I will say a big thank you to Nick and Daryl for getting this up, because when this came forward, it is, Council, I do know it's quite rushed, and I requested, and luckily we were able to get it as soon as possible, because there's a lot of things and a lot of things to flesh out here. So it's really important, I suppose, that as Council now that we do this now, and if it is something that we go ahead with, there might be some certain, we can give indication to officers, I suppose, around conditions or whatever it may be. So I do thank the guys for getting it up, as opposed to next week in sort of general business. So I had Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I think the concept's got a lot of merit. I have to say that in theory, but like anything, theoretically, there's a practical side of it as well. And this is why maybe we need to propose, and happy to do that if some of these questions can't be answered from officers or yourself, James, that we actually have a deputation from that group next Tuesday, which is early on in the meeting, and then we consider this item later on when it comes it'll come to next week anyway, and some of the questions that even Councillor Von Hoff's asked, I think would be be nice to get some of those answered from that group that's brought this to the table. Not suggesting you're not imparting that information, but I think there's some questions here that we'd like to get from that group as well. So if I can start with Lifeline, anticipate there's around about 150 people that would probably be eligible for this venue on any given night in Toowoomba, and this will accommodate 30 people. So I'm wondering just how, and these can be questions on notice, I'm wondering just how one can be empathetic and caring for a cohort when you can only accommodate 1/5 of what might be in the region on any given night. So that's probably the first question.
150.
I think, and yes, the stats around that figure now currently, there's some people and some groups, mums and kids, that currently are sleeping in cars that wouldn't go to this kind of facility. There's some that are, and I think they'd still look at that outreach work within it. Would they stay there, councillor? No, they wouldn't, but they're hoping to outreach those ones through. So the accommodation side would be 30, but they're hoping that a range of other a range of people will come through that service, get some information, still seek medical, there'll be a meal and stuff there. Will they sleep there? No, but it will collect that data to then help with their programming down the track.
Okay, well, just the hours of operation from 5 p.m. to 7:30 in the morning would mean that it's not functioning during the day.
No.
So therefore, getting the services and what have you might be problematic for some if it's just in the evening. So the next question then is around timing of that. So 7:30 in the morning turns up and you've got vulnerable people in there and it's time to go. And I don't expect you guys to answer this, but what measures, I guess, would be in place to do that in a sympathetic yet a managed approach so that these folk aren't then put into a more vulnerable situation than what they were before they got there the night before?
And what the services are saying is that that 7:30 time is a leave time for the venue to do a clean, to then some of those services that are volunteering or working overnight to go away to come back that night. But there's a transition through, councillor, where some of the people accessing that then migrate down to Danelle's program that she's running out of Clearly Park for breakfast and a shower and a wash. Some then are going to other things that happen. Some that are sleeping rough still have some of those statistics in there are still working part-time in some of those ones that are there as well. So yes, you're right, I can't answer all the directions about what they'll be doing as part of that, but they'll still move on from that space to come back again that night.
Okay. So from a shower perspective, showers are opening at Clearly Park, which is tremendous. It's worked very well. Will there be those facilities put into the Good Shed?
At this stage, no. Within the request, they've acknowledged there's no showers. There's toilets that are currently there. They're looking at a shower facility that comes up on a trailer, possibly from Brisbane. But what they're saying, if a shower is not available, it's not the end of the proposal. There is other facilities that they have they can access to have showers for after that program hours.
Okay. As far as the management of and someone on site, can the community, can council be confident in the fact that there will be someone on site the whole time, whether it's through issues that Councillor Vonhoff raised, which are very pertinent. So you'd need a variety of services, I guess, available on site, and by the sounds of it, more than just for those hours that it's open, but for other times as well.
At this stage, I suppose what they're looking at is the indication from council, can they go forward? And there's more planning to go around that yet. They've, in their proposal, looked at social work intake, security, but if they're looking at the 30, what does that mean? And they can be worked through as part of that hire agreement too. So we want to know like what kind of staffing is there compared to, and they'll have some ratios they need to do anyway. So what ratios of staffing, what does that look like? Security, and even in doing some dot point notes in preparing the report for councillors today was around accredited. They're going to get a lot of stuff in kind, but we still want to have some surety around the accreditation of security and other things that they're going to be providing in there. So yeah, there's still a little bit of work, and council, I'm not sure if they're quite prepared with all those questions yet, but there's still some work to do around that hire agreement and finalising what that proposal looks like and the conditions around it.
This is a moving feast and dynamic and as it should be because of what we're trying to achieve here. And this is where I come to maybe between now and next week. Those folk could come and present to us early on. So I'll leave that with you. Then the next part is around when the trial finishes, okay, and another question for the folk that are running it, what measures, and I know you've got the services there and hopefully they will transition, some will, but inevitably there will be some that won't. We need to be sure that we have measures in place to make sure, again, that the people that we're trying to help aren't disadvantaged by trying to help them. And I know that sounds oxymoronic, but it's actually, it can be a trap that we could fall into. So we're doing our very best here to help the most vulnerable. We need to make sure we are helping the most vulnerable.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that there are measures in place. And again, question for those folk to answer. I wouldn't expect you to answer that. When the venue is finished, whichever venue that may be, and I have to say, listening to the conversation and experience in this space, the Good Shed is the ideal venue. There is no doubt to get people in and out and do those things. That's fine. As far as making sure the area is tidy and respectful and those that were in there that have been assisted do have that opportunity to move on safely, I'd suggest that we also need a week, if not 2 weeks, or at least a week, when the venue is finished for the trial, to ensure that there is an empathetic and caring way in which that venue is closed for that particular trial. So I just put that on the table as something that could be considered and would have to be in the motion. But as I say, through you, Chair, to Daryl, I would sit more comfortably having a deputation from this group that would explain to councillors more about the project. It's a great project, it's worked elsewhere, but just how it fits, because I'll make the point again, we are trying to help the most vulnerable, we don't want to disadvantage the most vulnerable. And I think we've got a great chance to do something special here. We are dealing with the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff in this situation, and we need to start working on the fence at the top of the cliff. But in the current situation, we need to do something, and this is a good way forward. But I'd really like some more conversation, and a deputation would certainly help me to do that.
You know, I think it's a really good point, and that's obviously the conversations that have been had with this group. Exactly, and that's why I suppose they've got that strategy of short term, medium term, long term, and this is sort of viewed as something short term. But you're 100% right. There's elements to it where, as you said, is it supporting those in need, or is it not? In some ways, is it disadvantaging? So, do we have a deputation for anyone on Tuesday? No one. No? We might, so we can, I think
Mr Chair, through you, there is no reason why a group cannot present during that element rather than call the deputation, but it would be a deputation within.
Just take it as an item.
Separate deputation on the agenda. Either way, it would help, I think, crystallise my mind in the benefits for this project.
I think it's a good idea. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I'm reasonably comfortable with where things sit, and a number of reasons. The venue around accessibility has already been mentioned, but the thing that hasn't been mentioned around accessibility, and it's very closely linked, and that's active surveillance with the security guards, but the ability for passive surveillance. Once this group decides on what people group or demographic they want to have in this facility, those 30 spaces, it's obviously suited to the Good Shed around passive surveillance with city safe cameras to ensure that those people are treated with dignity and respect, in that, you know, for any reasons there are other people that want to try and encroach on that, so that it's an ideal venue for that. The other thing is I'm quite comfortable with trusting in the expertise of this collective group, both government agencies, NGOs, and people who I'm aware of still from my first term of Amalgamated Council, when I was involved in this role, there are some real experts, and they've been here a long time in our community and are very acutely aware of the issues. And I'm not saying there's any disagreements with that around the room here, but I think our principal role is to look for every way in which we can help facilitate experts to do their job, and that's provide the venue. I'm happy to receive the extra information, but at this point I think we should be doing all we can to actually try and facilitate this as a pilot. And the reason why it's called a pilot, because it's around risk management. That's why it's called a pilot. It's a specified time, and there is a debrief at the end about how it went, opportunities for improvement, should we continue, all of that stuff. So I'm reasonably comfortable, just as a comment, Mr Chair. I think let's get on with it. I'm happy to, if councillors want a deputation, but I'm willing to trust in the fact that there are lots of well-qualified people out there on the front line. Our role is to look at our part to facilitate. And yeah, anyway.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor Carroll?
Mr Chair, I am just disappointed that Councillor Donald mentioned 150 people. That is the tip of the iceberg. I'm disappointed that there's only one lot of 30 people. I just don't know the difficulty, how they're going to choose those 30 people. If it's like they do in other areas as a concentrated effort, but I can't see that it is, because it's only between those 2 hours. At Brisbane City, it lasts all day. Agencies are there all day, and people go and speak to them, and it's not the same in my view. And I think there needs to be a tremendous amount of work done to, first of all, let people know people's history and story, and then to make them feel safe enough to trust in the agencies to take them forward. So I don't know that this is going to achieve anything. Down there they have in Homeless Week, and they have all these agencies available, and they have all the employment agencies. There are a lot of people. We're smaller than Brisbane City, but at the end of the day we have a lot of homeless people on our streets, and I think we shouldn't be doing something to make us all feel good. It should be something that's going to achieve something. So I just don't know how we're going to achieve anything. I'm happy to support it, but to have 30 people brought in and not have anyone there through the day to assist those, have them herded out to wherever they go through the day, and then come back at night, I'm quite disappointed to hear that.
I'll take that as a comment.
Well, it is a comment, but I also comment on Councillor McDonald's thing about getting them in next week. They probably haven't even got that information yet. If it's not till February, they're probably still working through that. I think that we often do things half-heartedly and try to bite something off, but if it's not going to achieve anything, then we're letting those people down.
Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. Can I just say this isn't the be-all and end-all to fix homelessness in Toowoomba. It's a start. It's one initiative of many, and I don't think the purpose of this was to compete with Brisbane and all the services they offer. We are putting steps in place here.
True.
I again say that I'm very confident in the work of the industry professionals who are running this, and that's not Council's position. We're supplying the venue, we're putting steps in place. So, Chair, I welcome this to Council, and if there are no further questions, I'm happy to move the report. Thank you.
So I've got a mover and I've got a seconder in Councillor Vonoff. So Councillor McMahon's happy to move the recommendation, Councillor Vonoff to second. So that's the recommendation as read in front of us. So the Council approved the use of the Good Shed at no charge from the 1st to the 28th of February 2021 for a trial of the Toowoomba pop-up bed pilot program, subject to the necessary council approvals, including a hire agreement being executed under the auspices of an appropriate entity on behalf of the Toowoomba Housing and Homelessness Stakeholder Group. So that's the recommendation that I have a mover and a seconder forward. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Well, I'll put that motion. So those in favour? So,
I'm in favour of it, I'm just...
well, yeah. So those in favour. That's carried.
Feel-good exercise.
Thanks, Daryl. And thank you, councillors, for your indulgence. And again, as I said, so really wanted to, and I know there's a lot of bits and pieces around this, and that's why I was very thankful that the staff were able to bring this as soon as possible to give councillors adequate time before, obviously, the ordinary meeting of next week. Councillor, takes us to item 8 on the agenda, Natural Resource Management Levy renaming and service delivery plans. We welcome forward Michael Condren and Mark Reddy, to the authors of this report. But again, I'll hand over to Nick to introduce.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, this report presents a proposal to rename the Natural Resource Management Levy to the Biosecurity and Bushland Conservation Levy, and also to adopt the service delivery plan, which includes a number of initiatives. The Natural Resource Management Levy was first established in the 2008-2009 financial year and has continued since. It's currently levied at $17.32 per rateable assessment for the purpose of implementing a natural resource management strategy. Currently, for that purpose, some funding is directed to our current operations and resourcing needs, while the balance accumulates year on year. The report goes to some depth to explain that accumulation and where projections see us in the next few years. The report addresses a number of issues and presents the case for the renaming, including confusion between the various levies that we currently have, being the Natural Resource Management Levy, the Parks and Bushland Levy, and the Environmental Levy. So some confusion is created amongst community in relation to what each of those are for, and through the proposal to rename, we seek to address some of that confusion for this particular purpose. There's quite a lot of detail also in that service delivery plan, which covers off on some of the initiatives that council has been considering, and in recent times, including the land for wildlife type initiatives and other things. So, council's a lot of work's gone into this review, and Mark Reddy's the author of the report. He's here to answer questions that you might have. Look forward to the conversation.
Thanks, Nick. Questions, comments? Councillor Summerfield? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Nick. So I just had a couple of questions, if I could. This document isn't page numbered, which isn't helpful. So it's on Board Books 257. There are a number of programs being supported, quite a bit of money there. I'm just wondering whether this funding that's being offered for these programs, and I'll just mention a couple of them: new programs, support biosecurity program on bushland reserves, support community bushland conservation program, support bushland regeneration program, blah, 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 blah. Are these all being done by us, or are they done externally, and are they acquitted? Hi, Mark.
Good morning, Councillor. Thank you for the question. Councillor, I take it you're referring to the table summarising the range of projects and programs proposed?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes. All of those projects that are being proposed in there are new programs, with the exception of those that are termed existing program support. The intent of the existing program support is to recognise that Council has already made some decisions around a level of services to be delivered from this funding source. Now, those are mainly around for employed positions and the vehicles that are required for them to undertake their daily duties. It's become difficult to track all of that every year through the account system for the little bits and pieces that get added into it for individual positions and pieces of equipment. What we're proposing to do there is to identify an equal value in a very specific line of the budget to take that up, so that where the funding will be directed will be clearly identified and easily reported on every year. The new programs are ones that have been requested by or sought by different members of the community, or put forward by, in some cases, councillors, in some cases, recommendations from other sources, all to look at fully utilising the amount of money that council collects every year from this levy. That amount of money at present that we're proposing for those is funding that sits there unspent every year and is in an accumulation account at present. Council is limited in that we can only spend those funds on the stated purpose in the ratings resolution. And what we're putting forward here is a range of programs that council may wish to support in order to ensure that that funding is expended for its stated purpose and not continue to accumulate over time.
Okay, and will they be outsourced and will they be acquitted?
The plan from here is to look for the majority of those to be externally provided and not to look at any increase in internal services or staff establishment to achieve those. We probably still have some work to do on the detail of each of these programs at present. We've not progressed to the point of having a very detailed outline of what they will look like. That would be proposed to be developed between now and the 2021-22 budget. I think I got the right year there.
Okay, thank you. So then the other question I had, if I could, through you, Mr. Chair, was around the vehicles, which is on the following page. It's $2 million worth of vehicles, 14 new trucks over a 2-year period. And then on the following page, there's a long detail of hire of vehicles as well, vehicles and plant equipment. Significant amount of money.
Yeah, thank you again for the councillor question, councillor. The detail that's provided there, councillor, is to reflect what the spend has been in regard to the upgrade of vehicles that came to council. That would be 12 months or more ago now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. So that's to reflect that that spend was approved and has been followed through. Any of that capital acquisition is now completed. Sorry, there may be one vehicle still outstanding in that. The ongoing costs there where you see the hire, that's our internal hire rate every year, our ongoing hire of those vehicles so that they can be replaced when replacement comes due. That's just to reflect that the source of funding for those will now be directed towards the levy so that it's clearly traceable rather than individual items.
So that's an internal transaction type thing, but if the purchase of them is already in our books, why would we then pay for the hire?
We pay internal hire to reflect the ongoing operational cost of the vehicle, so that's all its ongoing maintenance and operations, and also for replacement of the vehicle at the end of its life. So same as what we do for all of our vehicles, our cars, our other items of plant. We pay the monthly plant hire to reflect the cost of operation.
Quite high. Okay, thank you.
They're big trucks, yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the comprehensive report, but I must express my disappointment that we haven't had an information session around this. With all the reading we've had over the last 2 days, and this big change, and there's quite a lot of money being spent here, probably our community would expect that with their levies, for the money to be spent where it's supposed to be spent, but I have to say that I'm very disappointed that we haven't had an information session to take us through this and explaining detail for us. With so much reading to do, I'm not entirely comfortable with having this come up at committee today with no background or explanation prior. Thank you.
Take that as a comment. Any other questions, queries?
Well, Mr. Chair, you can take it as a comment, but I think that's what information sessions are suggested that they do for councillors to help us. So we've got 4 new councillors. I've been around this table 20 years, and I don't like seeing something like this pop up, a complete change, without taking us through it. And I would have to go through you to the CEO and say that I'm not happy with this coming up here today without any talks around it and taking us through the information contained in this report.
Mr. CEO.
My understanding is that that's a fairly comprehensive report that covers a lot of detail. Is there anything specifically that the council believes is lacking within the report?
I think more the questions around should it or why it didn't come to an information session before committee.
Because the information is before you, that should be all the information you need to make a decision. If you read the report, it should take you through a natural process where you should be able to come to a decision. That's why I asked the question, is there anything that you believe you need in addition to the information there in order to make a decision here today?
Okay. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your comments, Brian. However, I do agree that I think it would have been helpful to have been able to workshop this. It is quite a big change, and I do love the fact that we're now spending that levy in the right place. I think that's a great initiative. But to have workshopped it would have been helpful, and there have been plenty of vacancies in the workshop space, so there's no reason why we couldn't have slotted it in. So I would have preferred, personally, that it was workshopped as well. I think the organisation is reaching this point where we're not workshopping things, we're getting these big documents lobbed on us on agendas, and it's very difficult for us to take them all in from Friday through to Tuesday and Wednesday, when we also have to work over the weekend. So,
any other comments or questions? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In our community survey, biosecurity is one of the areas where we perform worst. And I'm wondering, in this recommendation that's before council, part one, fine. Part two, my question through you, Mr. Chair, to General Manager Nick, is how part two of that recommendation you see addressing and raising community satisfaction with what council does for biosecurity.
You're right. Thanks for the question, Councillor Von Hoff. Sorry, Councillor O'Shea. Our work in this biosecurity and conservation space is an opportunity for improvement for us, and the service plan that's attached identifies a number of new initiatives that are designed and intended to do exactly that. So, in answer to your question, how do I see this helping us in that space? By the implementation and introduction of those new programs. This levy is a funding source for us, and we're always constrained by funds, I guess, in terms of what we do. So we've taken the opportunity to strategically review what we're doing, what we're not doing, what the funding source is, and we make those proposals to council. Now, of course, they'll need to come to council for budget consideration each year and be supported by the additional detail that Mark was speaking to earlier, but I think it's a great opportunity for us to lift our game in that space.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nick. I'm reading page 6 of this report, 247 on board books, and it talks about the confusion with the environmental levy and the NRM levy, and how that's now changed to the environment levy and the biosecurity and bushland levy. I would argue that confusion is still there, and that the environmental levy, as it says here, is effectively for waste management services. Perhaps that's the levy that needs to change its name to something that fits what it is. I don't know. I would think that the confusion is just as much calling it biosecurity and bushland as the NRM in comparison with the environmental levy.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. These conversations have been had before from memory, and at the time there was no appetite to consider renaming the environmental levy, and so we've proposed this change. Your view might be shared by others that confusion exists, and I guess that's at council's discretion around what you wish to call the environmental levy.
For another day. Follow up if I could. Yeah. I'm just actually, and maybe it's in regards to Councillor Von Hoff's comment, that biosecurity is a tough one for our region, and I get calls fairly regularly for a different type of weed that I haven't heard of before, and sprouting it here. But can I? We've done a little bit of work with Land for Wildlife and getting them back in Toowoomba region, who do great things in landholder weed reduction. It's really great to see that they are included specifically in this report, and I think that's a win that they will be making an entrance back into Toowoomba region from next financial year. So congratulations on Land for Wildlife for making its way back to Toowoomba region, and I look forward to seeing the work they do with biosecurity, among other things, when they start up again. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. If there are no further questions, we do have a recommendation. Councillor McMahon, assuming you're moving, Councillor Carl, happy to second. Anyone wish to go into debate? I'll put the motion there. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Takes us to item 9 on the agenda. So this one here, consideration of cultural burning as a complementary to council land management. And again, we have Mark Reddy as the author of this report, but I might just hand over to Nick first of all.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, following Council's decision of 16 June, we're fulfilling the second part of that report in presenting a report to Council around progression of strategies. But consultation occurred with the Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation, although in the helter-skelter of attempting to reschedule our prescribed burning program following the wet weather, an invitation to attend the burns wasn't issued, and for that I have to apologise to councillors. Nevertheless, discussions have been very fruitful with the Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation, and a number of sites have been identified that are considered a great opportunity to include the BPAC rangers actively in the management of those sites in 2021 and beyond. We've progressed with the development of suitable agreements to allow for that to occur, and this report seeks Council's endorsement to continue to advance the development of those partnership agreements with BPAC. And there are sites that are identified. One was identified to commence with the burning program this year. Unfortunately, it was identified late in the season and we couldn't get the agreements in place. However, I think that opportunity exists into next year, as well as some additional sites which are identified in the report. So I commend the report to councillors. I'm happy to take questions and comments, and we'll do our best to answer those for you.
Thanks, Nick. Questions? Councillor Vonoff.
Mr. Chair, I've got a comment and then a question, if I may. The first is to say that I know that Operation Coolburn in 2020 has been, I would describe it as a success, and it's been a lot of work across Toowoomba Regional Council, QFS, Rural Fire. I know those action items, I know the percentage that have been completed. I've had dozens of conversations with the people on the ground doing that work. And I know that some of that land has been burnt or cleared for the first time in many, many, many years. And I think that that is a great success, and I have publicly taken my hat off to the success of that program. That said, I hold those comments in this hand, and then in this other hand I say this, that I brought that resolution to council for the invitation in June, and every single hand went up around the table asking that Indigenous members of our community came and were invited to TRC's burns. And I brought that resolution to council because I believe that where we sit here on top of the range, we carry a lot of risk for bushfire. And I also brought that resolution out of respect for tens of thousands of years of Indigenous knowledge with fuel reduction and land management. And so I am disappointed to learn that despite a resolution, Indigenous members of our community were not invited to our burns. I'm disheartened that the report says, quote, that invitation was overlooked. And I'm dismayed because we start this meeting today with an acknowledgement of country. And in this report, we talk about, under the Human Rights Act 2019 considerations, the very final paragraph. Council has the opportunity to assist Aboriginal peoples to strengthen and maintain their cultural practices through the development of policies and agreements which seek to include relevant Aboriginal parties in the management of public lands. So we have these things that we say and we had an opportunity to do and we didn't. And the shame of it is that we can't retroactively invite these people to an event that's now passed. And the shame of it also is that we've missed the opportunity then to learn from this year and incorporate it into plans for 2021. So that's my comment on receiving this report. My question is in regards to, through you, Mr Chair, to General Manager Nick. How would you describe Toowoomba Regional Council's relationship now, today, with the Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation?
Mr Condren might add to this after I've had a go, but I've had meetings with Mr Dawson from Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation and also Shannon Bowers, and I think that the partnership is heading in a good direction, that I think that there's agreement around some opportunities that exist for us. There seems to be a desire to engage and continue that partnership. I know Mr Condren's met on site in Oakey with Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation about other matters and in relation to parks management and the practice of traditional Indigenous practices. So I think that the relationship is well, it's better than it was 6 months ago, and it's improving, and there's some willingness there, I think, to continue that. So I hold great hope and great excitement for what we can achieve next year, and I probably invite Michael to add to that if he has something to add.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, for your question, and I really do want to address some of the matters that you've raised. I think, as the General Manager has identified, we have made very considerable progress in developing relationship with BPAC. There's been considerable investment of staff time and effort in meeting on site. We met on site at Redwood, post your direction in terms of engagement with BPAC. There's been an extensive number of meetings. I've met myself personally with BPAC on 3 occasions. Mark has met on a number of occasions. We've made what we consider very considerable progress in terms of developing the agreement in relation to the proposed future burning of Tabletop, and have also identified in conjunction with Paul a number of sites that they have an interest in terms of progressing burns, and we're very close to agreement, and we expect that we'll be able to achieve those burns on those lands next year once we have our finalised agreements. I do acknowledge that period of time between that June to September period was an exceptionally busy period for our operations staff, and also a very, very busy period for BPAC, who are involved in the burning of the Bunya Mountains. And operationally, it just proved that, and we did overlook, and I apologise, as the General Manager has apologised, that the actual extension of an invitation specifically for burning this year did not occur, and we will absolutely address that matter with the burn programme next year. But I think, hand on heart, we have made very extensive efforts to follow Council direction, and we've made what I would consider extensive progress in terms of agreements. We've got a good working relationship with Paul. We're currently negotiating and working on visiting with the Rangers and our own workforce, hopefully before Christmas, Mark, is it? Or has that been resolved? Yet to be confirmed. So there's been significant, extensive and ongoing engagement, and Paul has met me on a couple of occasions, and we will be working closely, myself, Paul, and potentially the GM, to ensure that we continue to fulfil Council's expectations and direction.
Comfortable with that? Yeah, so I think, Councillor Von Hoff, I understand, I totally understand your point, and obviously, as you said, and I think both the managers here have obviously been upfront and apologised that part was missed, but what I guess from my position, I guess we've probably got to look at is that the other notion of that motion that you put forward was to explore the opportunity to work with BPAC. And I actually, to be honest, I think we probably exceeded that by actually going to the point of being in a position to have this, the second part of this resolution here in terms of what we can achieve. So whilst I think that retrospectively you're right, can't go back, I think forward-wise there's obviously this motion sort of shows obviously an intent from this, if it's passed, from this council to want to engage with BPAC, and I think that's, as I said, probably an advancement on probably where we were of what the intent of that original motion was. So for what it's worth. Councillor McMahon, so there, they come that way.
Thanks, Chair. Can I make comment on this and not necessarily disagree with Councillor Vonhoff, but if we could go on a bit of a history lesson. I remember it was very early on when this Operation Coolburn was proposed, and the sentiment around the table was very strongly, we want it done at any cost, and whether that's in my portfolio or where Councillor Vonhoff sits in disaster management, we said that, you know, we need to see this done. I remember there was a time there where we were re-delaying these burns for weeks at a time, delay again, and I'm not saying it's acceptable by any means, but I'm saying that every time council schedules a burn, they've got to do stakeholder consultation, get the permits in place, and then when they keep getting delayed, you know, that paperwork does keep up. I don't want to say this isn't a problem, but I do want to highlight the very fact that we set out to do this, we said we wanted it done, and it was done, and we shouldn't underestimate the tremendous amount of work that has been done here to get this program completed in line with council standards. And I suppose the overlooking of the invitation is regrettable, and we've apologised for that. But I don't want it to detract from the great amount of good work that has come out of this and has been done in line with community concerns and in line with, you know, people around here that have come into the election saying, let's get this done. So I suppose I just don't want to detract from the mountain of good work with one negative. Have we rang Only Peoples Indigenous Corporation and simply apologised and said, look, we stuffed up? Has that conversation been made?
Yeah, in answering that question directly, yes, that was part of my last meeting with Paul, and Michael's had subsequent meetings, but yes, that was definitely part of the meeting.
Yeah, and I suppose I was going to say that from where I see it, our relationship with BPAC is a lot bigger than this one hiccup. And I was also going to quote, as Michael Condren said, some of the significant cultural sites, such as Tabletop, there are plans in place for a partnered burn in there. So look, I suppose that I don't disagree with Councillor Vonhoff that this was unfortunate, but let's not detract from the mountain of good work and relationship building that has been done, and I say again, is bigger than this one. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge we don't always get things right, and I accept the officer's apologies. I think the important thing, and it's in the body of the recommendation, I think the important thing here is how we move forward. You know, I'm pleased to hear, Nick, that you have closed the loop with Paul and his team. That's really important, because my point that I wanted to raise is I'd like to be assured, and I'm sure this is the case, that we are making efforts to foster a relationship, an ongoing and improved relationship, because the benefits are untold for the community. And it's not just about, when I say not just about, it's extremely important, the safety of the community around bushfire. The other great advantage is around facilitating and capacity building of both our staff and acknowledging the importance of First Nations people involved in this. And I think the only other thing that I would urge moving forward into the future around this is that there is a collaboration, and it can often be tricky amongst other nations or people groups, the Jagera people, and when it comes to the burning of old man tabletop, and that we treat that with some sensitivity. And I know BPAC carries a body of expertise specifically, but that needs to be conveyed probably right across the areas that we're working with. But I'm happy to, any other questions, love to move the motion that we move forward in a positive manner, I have no doubt with that fostering of a relationship, a working relationship, that we'll see good outcomes for the broader community.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. So I do have a mover on the books here. Do I have a seconder for that? I've got other questions. I'll come back to that. So a second by Councillor McMahon. So I'll pause with that. But I've got other questions still. I'm happy to go to the floor. Mayor Antonio.
I'll be brief. In the brief discussions that I've had with the Bunya people at various functions where I've met them, I think not only are they happy to be engaging with the Toowoomba Regional Council, but there is a expectation that this is going to be a long-term relationship and that things will work out well. But what I did want to mention is the relationship there is between Landcare at Mulmerran and the Biggamble people. Now, I know that Councillor Taylor and Brian have been out to the Biggamble headquarters at Torallan near Mulmerran, but they are engaging with people who own land, and I guess we are in part involved in that. And they're giving good advice about land management that we have not used in our particular case, about preservation of wildlife and all those sort of things in those burns. They've indicated to us the various different methods with the different land types that we have to have traditional burns. And so they're working through land care in that particular area, the Biggamble people, Mulmerran Land Care Group, to the distinct advantage of our community out there.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Shine.
Just what I hope is a question with an obvious answer, that this presupposes that there will be consultation taken at the normal course with the conventional fire authorities. And thank you for that nod. I think there would be, there may well be some learnings to be obtained from a current investigation, as I understand it, being undertaken with respect to the current Fraser Island fires, being the most recent major fire event, and with some relevance to the subject matter of today.
Just that's a comment, or did you want to comment? Yeah, thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think, James, you made the point that we're probably a bit further advanced than what we may have thought we would have been. So in that respect, that's a positive. Do I read correctly that there's 3 sites that are set down, Maringandan, Badua and Tabletop? That's correct?
Yep, that's correct at this stage, yep.
Okay, so, and obviously there's been consultation with BPAC through all of that and their ability to find time to do it and what have you?
Yeah, they're preliminarily identified, and there's good support from BPAC to be involved in those, and there's good willingness from council to include that or almost effectively hand over those sites for BPAC to conduct burns and other land management activities that need to occur there. We're still in the process of refining draft agreements and the like, and having all that sort of stuff tucked away, all those tedious things that we need to do, but there's good commitment and understanding to those 3 sites in particular, and there may be more that we identify. And I think we need to crawl before we can walk, but I'm quite excited about some of the other opportunities that might present in this space. BPAC are pretty keen to work with council if and when they can, and they're quite limited in their resources as well. But I think there are other partnership opportunities and sharing of staff and sharing of knowledge and training programs and all sorts of things that if we keep our minds open to any and all opportunities, I think that in 5 years' time, this might look very different to what it looks now.
Just to follow up, I think great opportunity for our staff to learn at these 3 sites. I think that goes without saying, but I think there'll be a fair bit of public interest in this as well, to understand, because we've had quite a few meetings on this, public meetings, so to get a follow-up after these you know, just a summary or not necessarily a report even, but in your group report around them and the learnings and successes and what have you, I think would be quite interesting for the public to understand.
Definitely.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. If there are no further questions, queries, comments, we do have a mover in Councillor Carl, secondary in Councillor McMahon. Does anyone wish to go into debate? So I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Takes us to something. I think we go to adjournment. Are we in confidential? Yeah, so Councillor, the remaining items in the Environment Community Committee are in confidential, so we'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Antonio, Councillor Summerfield, those in favour?
Sorry. Can we adjourn for 45 minutes?
Well, that's what I was going to... do you want to go to lunch now, or what's the...
Give folk you know, watching online the opportunity.
True. So do we want to go to lunch now, or is that happy to do that? So back at 1?
There's a few confidential, so we'd be going for a while.
Yep.
So are we happy to adjourn the meeting to resume at 1? Am I getting support for 1?
Yeah, I'll move that. Yep.
All right. So adjourn to resume at 1. That's carried.
Well, good afternoon, councillors, Mr Mayor, councillors. We will get the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for December underway, albeit it'll be a brief introduction because there are a couple of items that we have are actually in confidential. But can I officially welcome the Mayor and councillors, Portfolio Leader Councillor Shine, CEO Brian, General Manager Anne-Marie, and other staff that are present, and also as this meeting is open to the public, welcome all those thousands of viewers that are watching this live streamed. I'd also like to thank everyone else that's in the room and appreciate you keeping your distance at the back, which is great. Can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties who songlines traverse these lands we meet on today? The Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. We have no apologies that I'm aware of at the moment. Councillor Carol Taylor has left the room momentarily, but I'm sure she'll be back very soon. In fact, right on cue. So there are no apologies. No leave of absence required. Are there any declarations, councillors, that anyone would like to make on those couple of items that will be coming forward to committee? No declarations. Just before I move, ask someone to move an adjournment, I would like to mention that today is in fact day 15 of the 16 days of activism against violence against women, and that started on the 25th of November in fact, and will conclude tomorrow on the 10th of December with United Nations Human Rights Day with a small gathering at 7:15 to 7:45 in the village green where the flags are, which is open to the public as well. So I just wanted to mention that for councillors' note and also for the public as well. So there are two items. They'll be in confidential. The two items around the 2020-2021 Capital Works Program proposed reprioritisation, and item 5 is consideration of request for a rate concession. That will be in confidential session. So could I ask for someone to move an adjournment of the Finance and Business Strategy? Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We move down to the Economic Development Committee.
Well, councillors, welcome to the Economic Development Committee meeting, and can I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa, and to the west, the Bigambal peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. There are no apologies. Is there anyone wishing to seek any leave of absence or anything of that nature? Are there any declarations? If not, we'll continue with the meeting and we'll move to item 3, which is temporary economic development incentives for non-residential development policy. This is one that has been passed council previously for discussion. I'll hand over now to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. It's rather gratifying from the officer's viewpoint to be able to bring this policy here. We did promise to bring it to council in November, but in going through the machinations of review and looking at the ramifications of various policies that we do bring before you, there were some obvious gaps, and those gaps hopefully have been filled now. The original concept that was requested of council by the development industry generally, particularly through the UDIA, but a number of other developers, related to the RAL, the subdivision side of the equation, if I can put it that way. One of the issues that came up in reviewing this policy in regard to just looking at the RAL is that that tends to be the supply side. And in looking at development in our industrial areas generally, it's not so much an issue of supply as demand. And the demand side relates to the material change of use side, the MCU side, which is where the actual uses are approved, that it will go onto those sites. The factories or the buildings or the whatever is going onto that site are actually built, which creates jobs, creates demand for materials, and then sets up a situation for employment. And so we extended this policy to include MCUs in regard to those industrial uses that would normally go into industrial zones. Again, in terms of reviewing and looking at the policy, again, it seemed to miss a number of important uses that are not specifically defined as industrial uses in the planning scheme, but are uses that find themselves in industrial areas. And these are uses such as agricultural supplies, hardware and trade supplies, showrooms, and various uses such as that, which create economic activity, that create jobs, and also I think were worthy of inclusion. So there is an additional some amendments to the policy that relate to just broadening out the ability to look at including some of those non-industrial uses in industrial areas. I might leave it there and hand over to Seamus to maybe go through a bit more of the background and how we arrived at the policy.
Thank you very much, Stuart, and good afternoon, councillors. So, as Stuart mentioned, this policy has been brought to you today partly in response to industry, but I think also through engagement with officers and in consideration of the other incentive programs that council has available and active at the moment. It is a temporary policy, so we are proposing that it would be in effect for approximately 18 months for applications, and then under the policy on the MCU side in particular, developers would have another year to complete their project. So that's similar to the way that the CBD incentive is structured at the moment. We have actually brought that time frame for completion back, halved it to 1 year. And I guess this and that is around trying to encourage this development in a time when the economy needs to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. So it is designed to provide, I guess, a small degree of incentive to developers to progress their projects that they might be considering. And you'll note that it also does provide a greater incentive for regional and rural areas. So I think that acknowledges the different conditions that do exist in our regional townships, and that maybe projects need a little bit more assistance for them to be viable in those townships. So in both instances, in terms of an urban and township and I guess also rural perspective from the MCU side, it does cap the amount of foregone infrastructures or the discount to $100,000 per application. The difference being that for the township and rural areas, they would be eligible for a 100% discount up to that $100,000 cap. Whereas in an urban area, they would only be eligible for a 50% discount up to that $100,000 cap. And in doing an analysis of development that has happened in recent years, we found that it is actually a pretty equitable spread, and I'd like to say that we developed it because of that, but it's probably just a convenient happenstance. But it is in all of those areas, in terms of the urban, rural and township zones, a very similar percentage of developments that have occurred would have received the full discount amount. So I think that's particularly pleasing. From the RAL side, the policy does restrict it to 30 lots, which is probably sufficient, we feel. And I guess in terms of foregone revenue, it doesn't necessarily involve foregone revenue to council from the RAL side. What it does is it will delay revenue collection. So by decreasing the amount of infrastructure charges that we would ordinarily collect at RAL, they would get transferred across to subsequent MCU stages. So I guess it will delay the collection of revenue to the time when development does occur on those lots that have received the discount. So we believe that we've got mechanisms in there to control, I guess, the exposure of council to these discounts, and being a relatively short 18-month period, we can review it over the course of time if we find that there's a particularly high uptake on either side, and then consider whether or not council would like to review making a change at that point. But I guess it is quite short, and wouldn't ordinarily expect to have a review during that period of time.
Are there any questions, comments? Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Shine, then Councillor Carl.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Stuart and Seamus. Just a couple of little questions, if I could, and start with the MCU. That's the way that the report's written, which is perfectly fine. The maximum amount of $2 million. I'm just wondering, given this is over 17 months effectively, that to have it worded in the policy that it's capped at $1 million per year, may be worthy of consideration to change that in the policy, to suggest something along the lines of maximum of $1 million per year to a maximum of $2 million over the 2-year period. Therefore, if under $1 million is spent in the first year, the second year you might have more applications and it might add up to $1.3 million, and you won't be able to, under the current wording, to do that. See where I'm coming from?
Yes, I do.
Slight change in the wording, which means it'll achieve what you want to achieve, but you're not limiting that if this is only December, unless we've got some ready to go and you'll get up to $1 million between now and the end of June, you may well find that you need more than $1 million next full 12 months rather than the first 7 months.
Thank you, Councillor. So I guess it'd be lovely to have the problem of having too many applications. The way that the policy is worded, it makes developments that so it's not. It does allow for retrospective development, I guess, to an extent. So, at an MCU stage, if there are developments that have approval at the moment, but they may not have commenced use, and paid infrastructure charges, then they will be eligible for this incentive. So there is the potential that there will be a number of developments that are in action at the moment that will be eligible for this policy that could, I guess, have a front-end demand for this type of policy. So I think that was the intent of why it was structured the way that it is. But equally, the way that you've suggested is a worthy change.
You'll achieve the same outcome, but you don't want to put yourself having to come back here in 12 months' time saying, well, hang on, it just might open up. So I can have a second one in regard to the
Second question.
RALs. And I appreciate, Stuart, you mentioning there before in regard to those uses that are non-industrial but in industrial areas, because I think it's a valid point. There's showrooms and what have you that the whole idea of this is to bring added employment. So it can be treated as a COVID response, and I think that's the way it should be looked at. So I appreciate that, and it would need to obviously go in the policy or somewhere that would reflect that wording, I imagine. The chances, Seamus, if I could, the hypothetical to you, on page, let me get the page, 677 of 697, the top paragraph talks about discounting infrastructure charges collected at the RAL stage does not reduce overall development revenue collected by council as it was made up at the MCU stage, which is all makes some sense, but there would be an opportunity for an RAL and an MCU to receive an advantage within the next little while. Therefore, I just wanted to test that sentence.
Yes, I agree, Councillor. So I guess we don't know what the chances of that are, but I would categorise them as relatively small for a subdivision to occur and then for a development to happen on that land and get to slab stage by June 2022. But yeah, there is the chance that I guess lots could receive a discount at both ends. That being said, the person that receives the discount is going to be different in most instances. So I guess we'd see a developer doing the subdivision ordinarily would usually sell the block of land on to someone who, and then the person that builds on it gets the MCU discount.
I guess fundamentally what we're trying to do here is create opportunity, I guess, bring on things that have been maybe in abeyance, bring them onto market, attract industry, create employment, all the things that we need to be doing at this time. So that's all. No other questions? Thanks.
You've got one more question? No?
I can make one up, but I don't.
No need to do that. Councillor Shine and Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that, I see the worth of almost a COVID response on top of our $50 million incentive, in the sense that we're, on the face of it, forgoing the $2 million. But then we on the basis of this proposal, we get that back at a subsequent stage, more or less. But we provide that incentive, that amount of incentive up front, as described by yourself and Councillor McDonald.
So we wouldn't get back the discounts for the MCU. So the discounts for the MCU, that doesn't come back to council at a future point. The discount that's provided at the RAL stage, what happens is that those blocks that are discounted, the discounted amount effectively gets added at the MCU stage. So we do get the money back from the RAL side of this policy. So I guess the maximum discount that is like the practical discount is around 70,000 per industrial lot under this discount. So times that by 30 and you're looking at a bit over $2 million. But that's not, we will still get all of that money back, just we don't know exactly when. It'll only come back when the property is developed on at MCU.
So the $2 million relates to
the MCU side of this policy. And then the other side of the policy is the discount that we provide at subdivision at RAL.
Yeah.
That side we will get back when they're developed on.
You've taken that into account in calculating the $2 million. Assuming
yes.
Back. Just $2 million is a lot of money in terms of, I think we're told that $1 million represents a 1% increase in rates, or I think that's correct. So it is significant, as you'd be aware. And therefore, bearing in mind that the idea is to create economic activity and employment, is there any way we can, at the end of the period of time, end of the 2 years, judge whether it's been successful in terms of increase in employment over what would have occurred anyway in those industries?
Yeah, I think there is. There's probably no, I guess, when we considered the discount that was applied for the Gladstone Hotel redevelopment, we're able to calculate now what the additional revenue to council is from things like rates and water and whatnot, and we can calculate what the payback period of that is. And then outside of, and that's information that we collect, and that's easy for us to pull together. We don't have an automated mechanism to understand what employment outcomes were achieved with the Oaks or with any developments that might occur as a result of this policy. So we can certainly do it. It would just take a bit of legwork and phone work. So,
well, that's right. It would.
Yeah. But it's certainly, I think, a well worth a good exercise in terms of explaining to the community the long-term benefit of council providing incentives like this. And it may seem like we're giving away a lot, but we will, as an organisation, recoup some directly ourselves, but then the broader economic benefit is the jobs and also the increase in gross regional product that'll occur. So we can have a crack at calculating that, definitely.
I think it would be advisable, lay some emphasis on the benefits, in practical terms, expected amount of increased employment and expected increase in income to council over the longer term. I think that would be pleasing to the ratepayers.
Just to add on to what Seamus was saying, there are two components to the job issue. There's the construction jobs that'll come out of bringing forward, hopefully, those MCUs that are holding off for whatever reason. And I'm sure infrastructure charge is only one reason out of many that's sort of affecting current demand. But so there's those construction jobs, and then there's the more permanent jobs going forward once the factory or the industry of whatever is constructed and operational. So there's a long-term benefit to all that $2 million. A cheap investment probably in the long run. But to answer your question specifically, yes, we can give you the results, the positive and negative, if any, results that come out of this.
Diarise that for 2 years' time.
Yep.
Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I always have some misgivings about how we measure economic stimulus. Some of it's a bit esoteric to me, but having said that, I'm wondering if there's a benefit in actually changing the proportion of RAL to MCU incentive. And the reason why I ask, and it's been aptly put by the officers, that the RAL is around supply and the MCU is around demand. So when I think about the industrial developments in the smaller major town centres, the three of which I can think of, you can usually think of vacant allotments now around supply. I can think of two big industrial estates just to the west of us here in the centre, and there's no issue with supply. So why wouldn't we put more of an emphasis on MCU? I beg to differ with you, Seamus. We do not recover we recover a proportion of the RAL because at best, and this is a message that needs to go out with this if this incentive gets up, that we cost recover an infrastructure charges at approximately 40 to 50%. Some would say 60, but I think we're being generous on average. So this is on top of that. And I take note of your concerns about the general revenue topping up the balance. Because we already do that. So, but around MCU, if we're genuine about stimulus of the economy and long-term jobs on the ground, I see that if we put a balanced proportion of RAL and MCU, all we're doing is we're allowing the developer to kick the tin down the road to the business owner or client that buys that parcel of land on his or her estate, and there becomes a price point issue, because I don't see most developers philanthropic and passing on that margin or that windfall around infrastructure charges reduction already, plus an incentive to the client who buys their developed sealed lot. I'm of the opinion that we may be better off if we're genuine about long-term jobs on the ground, families here, buying school books and shoes, people paying rates. It might be better off, yes, we don't recover as much in the short term, but we may be better off in actually realising outcomes, because, as I said, I can't see a developer being philanthropic and handing on a discount that they're already receiving plus an incentive to their customer if we're genuine about economic stimulus. That's why I'm questioning, should we look at that again?
General Manager wishes to respond.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bill. The issue is one we're not necessarily passing on a windfall. What's happening is that in most cases the RAL infrastructure charge is $100,000. What it does, that $100,000 is an added cost to the development of that land and an added cost that needs to be brought back by the developer. And it puts the land at a price point that appears at the moment to be above that which is above the threshold that makes it an attractive piece of land to buy in comparison to other municipalities to our east that have already gone down this track of really looking at infrastructure charge equivalent to a 3-bedroom house, which is about $30,000. So we're looking at approximately, instead of $100,000 infrastructure charge on a lot, to being $30,000. In this particular, there's a little neat bit of footwork going on here though, because what's happening is that instead of the $100,000, we charge $30,000, and then that $70,000 goes across into the MCU and burdens the MCU side of the equation, which is actually the side of the equation that we've worked through and has been raised by various councils already. That's the demand side. So what we're doing in effect is dampening demand by shifting that burden across to the MCU. So what we're doing is looking at the then amount of infrastructure charge at the MCU and saying, well, up to $100,000, we'll give you 50% discount on that amount. So that brings back the cost to a potential developer or builder or industrialist who wishes to build a factory or whatever it might be, that will add to our economy. So that's the way it works. So
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm actually agreeing. I hope I articulated it in that fashion that if we're going to realise something, I still say they're kicking the tin down the road. Money's money, whether it ends up in a small percentage of the community's pocket or it is more evenly distributed amongst jobs on the ground, is the philosophical belief one has to take or standpoint one has to take. I choose the latter if we're dead set serious about growing our economy. Then, you know, that 70,000 that you alluded to, you know, it's a false distribution of or assistance to think that that a client will absorb that additional expense.
And if
Yes, you're right, and that's what the MCU discount is all about, to try and reduce that impact or that disincentive for someone to buy the
I'm saying let's
block and develop it.
Don't make it 50-50 on RAL and MCU. Make it a greater percentage that we, out of that 2 million cap, that we allot to MCU.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, I think.
So,
just for clarification.
Sorry, just to clarify, the $2 million that we talk about in the report as being foregone revenue is solely associated with the MCU discounts in this policy. So the RAL discounts, we haven't called that foregone revenue because in effect it's not foregoing the revenue. What it's doing is it's delaying the collection of that revenue. And I guess the challenge that this creates is that we're going to be creating lots that on face value might be cost competitive against others, but in effect when you go to develop on it, there's an extra expense that some unsophisticated developers or owners may not realise that they're going to have to. So if you look at two lots, one that has received this RAL discount and one that hasn't, the one that receives the discount could potentially end up being the more expensive option when you do build your factory on it and create the employment.
So I go back to my comment about, do we have such an issue with supply? I don't think we do. Industrial land being able to be subdivided for industrial under current zoning and stuff that is already subdivided.
You're right, and it's a matter of bringing forward, and some of that supply is in a form 2 hectares or larger, which was flavour of the month back in 2012 when the current planning scheme was breathed into life. Since then there's been a steady demand for other sizes of land that's somewhat smaller than the 2 hectares. But yeah, you're right. Both in the district areas there are existing industrial lots, and a good many of those are of a fair size as well. And in our industrial areas to the west, there are a number of existing allotments, but they are vacant allotments. And let's hope that this incentive trends them towards not being vacant for much longer, because they are not adding to the economy in any way, shape or form, and they're not adding to jobs as vacant blocks. So hence the MCU approach. It's actually a cutting edge because we couldn't find any other council, particularly in the SEQ, that's actually doing this in terms of MCUs. They're doing it in terms of the RALs because a lot of those areas actually do have supply side problems. But in our case, as you correctly point out, supply side is not that critical, but certainly the MCU side or the demand side is somewhat critical. We're just not tickling demand for whatever reason, and we need to try and do something, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Mr. Chair, a final comment. If we're to go ahead with it, if council is of a mind to pursue this and go and ratify this, then I would dearly like to see a balanced message put out there. And we've all experienced buffeting from the sector, some parts of the sector. I need to qualify that. But a balanced, measured message would be that this is in addition to an already subsidised infrastructure charges regime that this council is supporting the whole of the sector with, in as much we cost recover at best around an average of 40 to 50% on an average. So this is in addition to. And I think the reason for that, I don't want to preach to the sector in which this is applicable to, but I want to actually let mums and dads out there know that, you know, we're genuinely interested in supporting economic development, but we're also, this is a generous offer. And it counters some of that 3% argument from some of the sector that we're not doing enough, and that the sky's falling in. I just don't support any of that stuff, so I'd like to see us put a balanced message out there with this, if we're going ahead with it.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr.
Look, I agree 100%, and that's the intent. And we can roll the CBD incentives and the district areas incentives into those communications when we put them out there, because they're all in the same boat. And you know, we try to specifically target. You know, the CBD one, for example, is to try and encourage amalgamation of blocks and sensitive redevelopment of land in the CBD in terms of our heritage frontages and what have you. And it's been a little bit successful. But we've only had one taker, and hopefully we do get one or two more takers on that one, but it hasn't been the roaring success that we had hoped it would be. And I hope the industrial incentives are somewhat more successful than the CBD one. The district one has been the most successful policy initiative of council, and we've had quite a number of takers on that one.
Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to Seamus. Thanks, Seamus, and please be patient with me, but I only have one question. For somebody outside of planning and development, it's all a little bit of mental gymnastics here, but I want to touch on something that General Manager Stewart said, which is my understanding of why we're doing this was because fundamentally we were trying to make Toowoomba more competitive because it was thought that we were less competitive than particularly Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast and Brisbane. And with what we've got here, how does what we've got here in front of us compare now to those three local governments? And would the implementation of this policy make us on an equal footing, slightly more competitive than them? Could you just give me some comment on that, please?
So I would have said on the MCU side, given that I think it's a reasonably generous discount, I would have said that it makes us more competitive than those councils.
Puts our nose in front.
Okay.
From the RAL side, I guess what it does is it changes the face value, but I don't think that it necessarily. So, all things being equal, if then what we're doing is we're potentially lowering the purchase price of industrial land.
Yep.
Or the development cost of industrial land. Okay.
Yep.
Now that may or may not transition across to a purchase price. But what it will do is it'll make the development cost higher when you build something on it. So I guess in some other region they have a similar regime that's being proposed here. So it may be a lower purchase price there, but they're going to have that higher development price. And I guess in the perfect world, it'd be lovely to have some transparency around what the implications or the development costs might be on particular lots. Because as a person, I'm not going to know how many infrastructure charges credits apply to this block of land or that block of land. It's going to be up to them to find that out. So I would say that it probably brings us back in line with those other regions, because we're sort of trialling the regime that they have in place at the moment. I'd say from the MCU side, it would make us more competitive.
That amount, say the $29,339.55, that seems to be exactly the same amount charged for creating a new lot, whether it's residential or non-residential in Brisbane. That's exactly the same amount.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So I think where we're ahead is in the MCU bit, where we provide where that normally shifting the burden to the actual people that create the demand, the builders, what have you. That's where we're providing our discount. The actual discount is not at the MCU, it's at the RAL stage, at the subdivision stage per se. It's actually at the MCU, at the business end, at the end that counts, the demand side of the equation.
Yeah, I understand that, and I can see what's happening. I just wanted to make sure that I understood the intent of this was to fundamentally make us as competitive, if not more, with some neighbouring regional councils. And thank you.
And Ipswich and Logan as well.
Yes, that's right.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, then Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just following on from Councillor Von Hoff's question, so we're slightly more competitive now with the discount on the MCU while we've got this trial. What will happen comparatively with the SEQ once the trial's finished? Like, how competitive are we then? Like, we're obviously not, but they are a lot cheaper permanently.
I would say that the upfront cost in those regions might be lower, but I would say at the development stage, they would be more expensive than what we would be. And I would say also, in terms of those other regions, I would say that we would probably also have an initial price advantage as well, because we do have far more available industrial land and a greater variety of industrial land than you'd find in most other parts of southeast Queensland. So whether it's a lot in Millmerran or a lot in the Toowoomba Enterprise Hub, we've got a lot of diversity, a lot of size. I think we probably have a degree of cost advantage where I think we may not be seeing the results in industrial development that some of those other southeast Queensland councils have, is at the demand side. I mean, we just don't have, I guess, the industry awareness potentially of what is available in Toowoomba compared to some of those more established places like Logan and Ipswich and the Trade Coast of Brisbane, where you've got consultants that are all across, I guess, the price modelling and the cost effectiveness of those for particular industries. And I think that's part of the challenge that we also need to address in terms of our demand side, is how do we work with our stakeholder partners to increase the awareness across Australia of what we have available in Toowoomba, because I think that's a pretty key part of where we're not doing as well as some other parts of southeast Queensland.
Do I have a follow-up, Mr Mayor? The question I was going to ask was, I know you said mentioned it in the report, but can you just explain it to me? So if people are looking at developers are looking at the district areas, it may be, I know it said somewhere in the report about it may be cheaper to go with the district incentive. So you're not eligible for both, are you?
No. So this particular incentive policy is more generous than the existing townships incentive policy, but it's not as broad. So this only applies to industrial related uses, whereas the township incentive policy is there's a broader eligibility. So if you were doing a commercial shopfront then in Clifton, then you would go with the township incentive because it wouldn't apply for this, it wouldn't be eligible under this one. So we do need to, I guess in the perfect world it'd be lovely to be able to consolidate our incentives to decrease confusion in the market, but I think in this instance we do need to have the two running concurrently.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, this is what the developers have been asking for. We have had an information session on this, I think a couple actually, and I suppose my question to you is similar to Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's. With the RAL stage, we now ask them to pay up front. And in these times, it's becoming very difficult for them to take that risk, I suppose, to develop. So I think that, and we're having this is a trial, this is a period. So should that work, what would we be having a look at, continuing that further down the track, or what? Because, I mean, that is one of the things that they've been coming at us for some years about. And I know it's probably neater to get it all up front, but in these days of, there's quite a lot of demand on funds and whatever. If other councils are doing it and have been doing it for quite some time, would we consider then continuing that deferral at the RAL stage?
Well, we'll be certainly monitoring very closely the success of this. You just can't tell because, this is only one little lever that council's trying to pull to trigger demand. And really, the people with the big levers are in Canberra, and they can turn on and turn off demand pretty easily and quickly with the levers they've got. Just look at housing as an example. So hopefully, if this is a roaring success, there would be really little purpose in shutting it down. It would be somewhat...
there has been a lot of representation over it, and I don't know, I've been in two minds about it, but should it be a success, then it would come back to...
That's right. Yeah, and you can calculate a lot of the benefits from building and factories and showrooms and what have you, in terms of economic add to the gross regional product, but there's a lot of benefits that you can't. Jobs for for youth, for example, in manufacturing and things like that. So who knows? But we will be monitoring it, and hopefully it will affect an increase in demand in our industrial areas. That's the key intent.
Have a follow-up. It's a new way of us doing things, I suppose, and I suppose some of the developers will be watching this today and maybe see that we will make a bit of an effort to get that out there.
Yes, absolutely. Yep, that's a strong message that's been coming from most councillors, actually.
And the question was asked by Councillor Carroll, is this in keeping with the original requests that came out of that particular part of the development industry?
No, we've taken it, by going into the MCU side, the demand side, we've taken it beyond what was actually asked for by the industry.
So, sorry, and thank you, Mr Mayor, because I think that we've ticked what they asked for and we've added some.
That's right.
Yeah,
yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield?
If there's no more questions, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move.
Councillor Summerfield has moved. Do I have a second to Councillor Carol Taylor? Anyone wishing to debate this?
Just wanted to make sure that the information that Stuart imparted will be included in the...
Oh yes, sorry. Can we make sure that the amended version is there that includes the non-industrial uses in industrial areas? That's the most recent version that came through from Wendy.
You'd have a classification for that, would you? Well, I'll leave that up to you guys. Councillor Cole?
Question, I wonder if we're making a big stick for ourselves there. And the reason why I ask that is because I personally experienced some not so nice community backlash in the Crow's Nest Day on an industrial estate where non-industrial uses were moving down onto the industrial estate and getting it, establishing their business in direct competition to businesses in the appropriate areas for half the price or less, and diluting the market for businesses zoned in the appropriate areas. I'm not so sure that I could actually support that because I distinctly remember the backlash from business owners who found themselves paying a full rate in zoned appropriate areas, and same businesses getting in on industrial lots less than half the price to run their business.
Yep, and that's exactly the issue that's been addressed in the amended version 3, the last version that came through, was to try and overcome that. I mean, there are many non-industrial uses in that, the way it's defined in the planning scheme.
It'd be nice
such
to be
as,
included in the discussion at the beginning, Mr.
Yeah,
Summers.
well, yep. There's ag supplies, there's, you know, like I said, hardware and trade supply, which normally go into industrial type uses, showroom activities, the bulky goods showrooms we're talking about. Those sorts of, they generally end up in our industrial areas because they're too big for the commercial, the retail areas, not suitable in our office areas. Things you don't want to go into your industrial areas, and of course all these uses are controlled through planning approvals. So we would sieve them at that stage. We're talking about infrastructure charges here. We're not talking about changes to the planning scheme itself. So it's really about those uses that are found in industrial areas but aren't defined as industrial uses per se in the scheme. So you're ending up with a first class and a second class citizen of industrial categories, I guess. It was sensible to try and encourage all those uses, whether they're strictly defined as industry or other, to be incentivised because they all create jobs. They're all economic activities which will benefit the economy overall.
As an elected rep, and you sit there.
Sorry, can't hear.
I know I sit here as an elected rep and you sit there as a general manager, but I've experienced the whip under previous classifications of non-industrial and industrial.
I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Anomalies.
Obviously, there's a will to guard that in this whole policy. Look, I'll close the debate now. It's been moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. I'll ask for those in favour. That's carried without dissent. Move then to the second matter, which relates to the funding agreement with TSB. Seamus again. You can lead this one, Seamus.
Oh, again, councillors. So before you today is a funding agreement for the next 3-year term of council's provision of funding to TSBE. It was brought to you previously and council requested that a reviewed version be brought to a subsequent meeting, and hence we are here. So the version before you today has undergone a legal review, and hopefully you will see in the track changes that there are very, very few changes from the previous funding agreement, primarily in terms of obviously the dates that are applicable, the funding amount that does change according to CPI, etc. There was an inclusion of an acknowledgement of work that TSBE does do for the Commonwealth Government, and also consideration of whether TSBE should comply more closely with the procurement processes that council does. And under the legal review, it was determined that they are not obliged to follow the same processes as TRC, as a government-controlled entity. And I guess the sentiment was that the provisions that are in the funding agreement already do place an obligation on them to provide an appropriate number of quotations up to a threshold, and then a more stringent process beyond that. I don't think that it is actually in the report, but TSBE does actually have a procurement policy, that an internal procurement policy that they do follow as well. So that has been reviewed as well.
Any questions around the room? Councillor Carl, you have a question?
Yeah, I don't think I'll get an answer this afternoon, but I'm just wondering, given there's not too many changes on a funding agreement, and key performance indicators as well within that agreement. And I'm just wondering, should we be looking at long-term relationship or view of the ownership of Tisby of council? Should we be looking at this funding agreement in the context of facilitating a possible change there? And my reason for that question is, when I look across the remit of Tisby and the remit of what is in council's core business, I fundamentally and philosophically have a diverging view around TRC, i.e. ratepayers subsidising a funding agreement for Tisby, given that I would dare say probably 3/4 of their work, or at least half, would be outside of the direct remit of local government, or even within the circle of influence of local government. I'm just wondering at what point we've done the same old for its inception, which I've been around the table for. I know there was some discussion at a quarterly report and some indication from the CEO that might be a possibility in the future. Are we any closer to that, or are we going to do the same old?
I'm just wondering if this is the appropriate forum for that discussion. Today we have a policy before us about funding, and that would be a broader discussion for some time in the future. But in some of the comments you made in respect to what benefit it brings to this community.
I didn't say that, Mr.
Well, the money that we in fact invest there creates a lot of jobs in downtown Toowoomba and well beyond the value that we give them, I would suggest. And I'm, and I think and a few other people here are thankful that we've got the agreement, thankful that we went to Townsville that time and chose to go on the journey we've gone on in terms of the benefits that Tisby brings to us. But I'm happy to have a discussion further down the track, Councillor Carl, in respect to that if you wish, if you want to change the agreement to a large degree. But I think we ought to be thankful for the space that we find ourselves in with Tisby. Any other comments around the room? Councillor Summerfield?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe the reason why there are very few amendments to this is because it's such a successful arrangement. It's a really good outcome that we get in outsourcing our economic development, and it shows in realms how much benefit this whole region gets from Tisby. And so I'm more than happy, if there's no further questions, to move this motion.
Given that you've moved that, is there a seconder for this, please? Councillor Melissa Taylor. Any comments? Anyone wishing to speak against the resolution that's before you? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? You wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor Carl?
Next week, anyway.
Yeah.
Next week. Fine. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion the Economic Development Committee for this occasion. And Councillor James, I'll give you this hot seat for a while.
We're back to the morning.
Thanks for that.
Thanks.
What are we up to?
It's a little bit about being.
This is a meeting, renewal of leases. Well, them.
Excellent.
Is that a Christmas one?
Maybe 2022 will work for us. We'll be back.
You really don't realise how uninteresting soda water is.
Got me a bit of paper. Sorry.
They definitely are not my fault.
Still in closed session. Are we still in closed session?
Well, we will be.
Just where I got caught out. We haven't done any of the declaration. We got caught out last time. I didn't have one of these. How many have we got to go?
We've got 3.
Oh,
Elephant.
right. We're not having a break, are we?
I was.
Oh, righto. So, so what we've got to do is welcome it back and then go into close. Because if you're going to open to go, is that right? Come back into open to go into close. Close. Go into close session. Yeah.
Yes, she's saying it.
Really?
Everyone's in.
I'm going to be in Cleveland.
Melissa's there. Yeah, so you're right? Yeah. So you happy? Good afternoon, councillors. We will resume the Environment and Community Committee. The next items are in confidential, so I'd ask for a motion to go into close. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Vonhoff, those in favour? Unanimous.
Summerfield McMahon.
Summerfield and McMahon.
3:30.
So, welcome back to those joining us online. Thanks for waiting. I'm sure you've all enjoyed the break. We're back with the final items of the Environment and Community Committee for December. So, councillors, I go to the first of those, which will be
Item 11.
item 11. Are you right with that? So item 11 is up there. So it's the renewal of leases with an expiry date prior to December 2021. So
Has that got my, is that my
sorry.
arrangement? So I will move that.
Move that one.
Okay. So that includes obviously that addition that we had around riding for the disabled, which is listed there as the second part of this recommendation. So moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Any reason to go into debate? All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. We go to item 12.
Yep, just hold on.
Tell me when you...
Yeah, it'll come up.
You have, yeah. Yeah. So, okay, so we go to item 12. So the confidential item here is the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct Detailed Concept Master Plan and Business Case. So recommendation is there. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Anyone wish to go into debate? All those in favour? That's carried. Takes us to item... the final item of the agenda. So I think we acknowledge that Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff may participate because your interests, what was there before, is not of significance to affect your decision-making process. So the item here is the heritage listing of Redwood Park. So the recommendation is there before you, councillors. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Anyone wish to go into debate? All those in favour? It's carried unanimously.
We need a division on that one. We need a division. Is everyone in favour?
I thought... Oh, so I'll go again. Sorry, those in favour? Those against? All right.
Yeah, why are we going?
Because of a conflict. So moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor Taylor.
I just said one.
Carol Taylor. Yes.
Come on, mate, you've been talking to me. Let's get this over with.
Are we good? Yep. Happy?
Your property doesn't actually back on the red.
I just found that out. It's freehold.
Yeah, they're not redwood. Yesterday.
Sure. We're done? Yep. Yep. So thank you, councillors, for your participation in Environment and Community Committee for the month of December. Close the meeting 3:38. Do you want a quick break? So a motion to...
Sorry, you're right.
No, we're...
You're right. Come back in 10 minutes.
So what if we resume at, 3:50?
3:45.
Oh, so I wonder.
and all those viewing, CEO O'Brien, GM Marie. We are moving to a closed session for the two items 4 and 5, so I can have someone to move to close. Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Shane. Well, councillors, we move now to item 4. Welcome back to those who've hung in there for 2 very extraordinary days. We've got item 4 and then item 5. Item 4, if I can read that motion, is before us there somewhere. It's coming up right now. Thank you very much indeed. Item number 4. Number 1, that the reprioritisation of capital projects within the 2020-2021 Capital Works Program Attachment 1 be approved, and 2, that Council continue to seek external funding for the Bridge Street Quarry. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Those in favour, Carol Taylor. Those in favour? You're in favour there, Councillor Harris-Sullivan? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you. Very good. Let's move to item number 5. Councillors, item number 5. We have the motion before you there, and that motion is the same as per what has been advertised on the website. I don't think there's any need for me to read that out. Can I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. What a great way to finish. 2 unanimous decisions on the day. All happy. Thank you, councillors. That concludes the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting. Thank you, CEO Brian. Thank you, GM Anne-Marie.
God for that, eh?